Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, whoop, that's no good. What's going on there? That's a monitor in the way. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on some Insignia dev, particularly working on some enemy design, which is going to be really fun. We have team stand-up in about 40 minutes, and between now and then, I want to do some work on scheduling some animation for our animation team, which I'm also excited about doing. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Hope you had a lovely weekend. I recorded a video over the weekend that is now one of many that are in the back catalog that I'm kind of just chipping away at. It's a good one. I like it. I want to release it. It's just, I don't know. Sometimes I think that some of these ideas deserve a bit more attention than what I'm prepared to give in a weekend. So, I don't know. Figuring it out. So, welcome 3D Code Warrior, our only chatter right now across YouTube and Twitch. 3D Code Warrior carrying the banner. Hey Necrocode, oh here we go. How's it going? Hey Wiggles, howdy. All right, so let's work on some stuff. So today I've been doing so much work on production for the game. I've been doing a lot of like writing about characters. Hey, Numore Games, welcome. I've been writing about characters. I've been doing stuff in preparation for music. Actually, on the weekend, I went to an orchestral philharmonic concert put on by none other than our resident composer Morgan. She actually she conducted the orchestra. It was an awesome performance. It was like a video game suite. I really enjoyed it. She did a great job. So, hey Swizz, how's it going? So, other than that, I'm currently not staying at my house. This is my house right now, but I'm not staying here tonight because for the week we are at my in-laws. We're house sitting for them while they go on holiday. Basically minding the dog and the home. What else can I say? I think that's it for now. Happy to just jump into this stuff. We got animation schedule stuff happening right now, so let's just get into it, shall we? Cool. I did something last night. How will I stream? This way. I drive home. I stream from home. I go back there for dinner and sleep. And then I wake up in the morning and I drive back over here. So this is now my office, not my home for the time being. Still my house, just not my home. Alrighty. So I did something last night that is, I think, a good thing for the game. 1 second. Create new scene graph for Scratchpad scenes. Push that. I made a big change. The change that I made, it's a subtle change to Insignia, but it required me checking over 500 in-script references to Armin. What I did was previously I had, we had Armin, we had state machine core, which includes enemy, and these things inherit from state machine core, enemy, NPC, and Armin. Also character is at the top of that. So Armin, NPCs, and enemies are all characters, and every character is a state machine core. Okay. In the game code engine, whenever I was referencing the player character, I would reference Armin specifically. I'd say, hey, there's an Armin in this scene. That's who we're talking about right now. Whenever we want to do something to check where the player is, we're going to check Armin. I made a change yesterday. Do you know what I did? I pushed Armin down here and I made this player character. So now, all those 500 references to Armin now reference the player character, which could be Armin, but it could be somebody else. So now we have the possibility in the game of having more than one different kind of player character in the scene, or an option of more than one. So not multiple at the same time yet, but like you could be playing as someone other than Armin in the game. Or a better way to put it would be, there doesn't have to be Armin in the scene anymore. There was 572 references to Armin that I had to make sure instead pointed to player character. It took a couple of hours. But yeah, that's something that I've been chipping away at that I want to be able to do in the game. Well, it's not just that, but like Armin as a script has so many things he requires. It's his entire behavior tree. So like Armin can wield weapons in this very specific way. Armin can cast magic. Armin can roll and he can parry and he can target enemies. But like not everything that you can control in the game needs to be capable of doing all of that. So like some of what Armin used to be the only thing that could do those things, some of those things are now in player character and some of them are still down in Armin. But like aspects of the game that just need for the system to be able to reference like that there's someone who is the player, all of that stuff which used to live in Armin now got pulled out into player character. And player characters don't have to have the same exact skill set as Armin. They can do different things. You know, maybe there's a different way. Like for example, the player character can get grabbed by an enemy that has a grab ability. And then they get knocked down. That knockdown doesn't have to be a sprite of Armin getting knocked down. Hey, Kenji's mods. It is really hard to do, yeah, for sure. There's one other change that I wanted to do, which I think is also really important, is there's one more thing. So right now, in my combat system, the layers of combat that detect like who can hit what is basically player and enemy. So player can hit enemy, enemy can hit player, that's about it. I'm going to change this to instead be teams. So, and these could be abstract, they don't have to be like 1, 2, and 3, but you could put Armin on this team and you could put different enemies on different teams. You could have enemies fighting each other. That's what I want to do next for later. Like Armin runs across a scene and there are enemies fighting each other in the scene. There's absolutely no reason why we couldn't do that. It's just that I've arbitrarily made it set up like this right now. So like hurt boxes and hit boxes right now are like enemy hurt boxes and player hurt boxes. They don't need to do that. They could just be hit boxes and hurt boxes. And then later I differentiate between like, okay, are you on the team of someone who can be hit by this? Separate question. So that's another thing we're going to do later, probably later in the week if we have time. All this is to say, like, the three things that I want to be able to do in the game is have there be players that aren't player one. That's the most important thing. So like there will always be a player one, and 99% of the time that's Armin. But there should be times where player one is not Armin, and there should be times when there can be a player two, maybe they're not as capable as Armin, but they could exist in the scene, and combat can happen between anybody. Those are just three things that I wanted to do. that aren't far from where we are. Like it's like an afternoon to do all of those things. It's not complicated at all. It's just like I've set up the game a certain way and been stuck in a way of like thinking about the game for a long time just because that was what I was making, and that's how things obviously wanted to be structured. But like, it doesn't have to be that way. So for example, we could have a scene where you play as Rekka. You're just running around as Rekka doing something for like a minute or two, and then like a flashback or something like that. That's the kind of potential that we're talking about here. Cool. Okay. Ooh, gotta do one thing. Studio mode. Display capture, filter, turn this off. Okay. So, a couple things we want to do before the meeting in half an hour. One is create some runway for our animators. Super important. So, we're in daily tasks. We want to be in production, and we want to look at animation schedule. Morgan is currently working on Gallier right now. Currently, this was assigned to Luca. I've assigned it to Morgan just for now. I'd like to give Luca something else because I think it is valuable for him to be animating. I think yeah, okay. I think it's time that we start thinking about the other, like the cats, basically, the Hithon. So I'm going to give him Charlie and Oliver. And probably, there's something here that I'm not doing right, which is I'm not considering scenarios where, oh, hey, Mr. A2D2. That's nice. Very kind. I've got animations in the game that involve characters that are not like this. An example would be this animation here is a bunch of cats lazing around in this like circus tent, kind of like caravan setup. They're not really animated right now, but they will need to be. So that needs to be on the animation schedule. So let's give that to Luca. We had a bit of a chat last week, Luca and I, where he was feeling a little bit unsatisfied with, I think, just the work that was being delegated. I think he was a little bit lost in some of the design tasks. So I would like to be able to give him tasks where he can feel confident doing them and being productive. Which is fair, totally fair. Because like for me, you know, I'm happy to work for like ages and ages and ages on things that don't necessarily go into the game. But I think for someone who's doing a contract, they want to be able to feel like they're doing enough. So I'm going to try to give him a set of tasks. I'm going to try to make it so that there's always a set of tasks he can do where he can feel like he's making forward progress. Okay. So we've got like low priority scenery or something they can work on when they run out of tasks. It's not actually like kind of, but I don't want to ever be doing that because I feel like what it does is it creates a temptation for me to feel okay about that, which is a kind of like team procrastination. Instead, I want to be able to delegate high priority tasks consistently. So if they're like running out of tasks, that's my fault and I should be doing something about it. Not just being like, hey, just go do this other thing for a while until I get to it. Like there just should never be that buffer unless, or at least if there is a buffer, the buffer should still be high priority stuff. It shouldn't be like just mill about doing bushes for a while, you know? Also, like I'm trying to scale the production up such that the character animators don't do background animation. I want like a separate environment artist on that. The challenge here is mostly that what went wrong, I think, was that there is a wrinkle in the enemy design pipeline. So the pipeline should be something like this. It's like you design an ability and then a scenario where you use the ability and then an enemy that gives you the ability. And that enemy is like concept, prototype, animation, testing. This is a loop. So this right now can't be done just by Luca. I can't just say, hey, Luca, make me an ability and then design a scenario around it and then design an enemy, concept that enemy, prototype it, animate it, iterate it, and then give it to me. That's too advanced and too deep into the project for what he's able to do, especially as like an engineer. I don't think he has the experience working in Insignia, obviously. And he's not like an engineer. So he's more like a designer who can code a bit, which is like me. It took me 8 years to build this thing. It's a bit of a contraption. So instead, I need to be able to insert myself in here somewhere, or like we both need to collaborate. And it's just a bit awkward because currently this I'm giving to Luca, but then this is specifically me. And this is Luca. So Luca wants to be doing, he wants to be able to work on animation, but he's being blocked by me saying, hey, these concepts, I want more like this, you know, like, or just keep iterating on that. Like, I'm not happy with that yet. Let's just keep trying a few other things. So I'm blocking Luca from completing this cycle. And this work is actually really heavy work. It takes a long time to like prototype something and test it. And it requires like me. It requires me. Like maybe someone who's familiar with the code base over a couple of months would be able to jump in and make some enemies. But like right now, I just don't. There's like 20 to 30 scripts that need to be on a character in a specific arrangement. Even I don't know off the top of my head how to build an enemy in the game. I sort of like build it by scrapping together other enemy pieces and then fixing the errors until it stops breaking. That's kind of like how it works. So And it's not like I have an overview understanding of like, well, I need this component for this, I need this to do this, these things work this way. The modules they're all there for a reason. It's just like I can't just write down on a piece of paper what they are. And I remind myself when I build enemies how they work. So I would have to write a big document for Luca to be able to do this. And what's really important is that like a lot of those methods need refinement. Like I don't want to teach someone how to do something that isn't that valuable for them because I'm going to change it later. So in terms of having the plasticity to like work on the production and make things efficiently, I don't feel like it's valuable right now to give this to someone. Even if it saves me time, it is going to cost them more time by a lot more. Like it'll render Luca kind of like useless for like a couple of weeks if I try to give him this task. And I don't think what he turns over when he does this task will lead to me approving this task. Well, the thing is, like, it's unfortunately, and maybe this is something that I need to, maybe this is the prompt for me to rethink how enemies work in the game. But like, they're not, the unfortunate thing is the enemies in Insignia are designed to be not just copy paste simple things. Like a lot of the behaviors can be, but like an enemy is designed to do something unique. That's what an enemy is for. So there always has to be a unique aspect to what it is. Even if it uses a lot of copy paste stuff, the head of the snake still needs to be like a new script. And I mean, I suppose, yeah, like a scripting language, like not a scripting language, but like an abstracted scripting interface for like, if I was doing a game with a team of like 5 enemy designers, yeah, you would go towards like Lua or like, yeah, but like, I mean, I have that. This is the thing. It's complicated. This is what you're describing. This is the enemy core. This has all the bits, or at least a lot of the bits. But there's also like a thing called like the stun module. Stun is also necessary. So it's like to build a basic enemy, you take the enemy core, you attach the stun to it, you need to give it a bunch of sprites, you need to plug in certain animations. The setup for each of the things, like a flying enemy and a grounded enemy, are different. So there are things you have to plug in to make one or the other. And they're not so cookie cutter that you can just go, well, the hedgehog is like the same thing as the goat, just with different sprites. Like that's just not how I do it. It's like, well, no, the hedgehog has like these abilities. The goat has these abilities. Okay, they share a walk logic, but like the if I go to like, I guess what I'm saying is like, roughly, yes, that's how it works, but actually, no. And because of that, actually, no, the gap between like, yeah, of course there are modules, but like you can't just set them up by pushing a button and they're all done. That delta is like, it could be weeks of work for someone to figure out how to do it. So like this is the hedgehog's state machine. This is the blueprint. 90% of these modules are not unique to the hedgehog. Like, that's not unique, that's not unique, that's not unique, that is unique, that is not unique, not unique, is unique, not, So like 90% of it is not unique, but it is specific. That's the other thing. Like, the arrangement is specific. So like, how to arrange it is a thing that I know how to do. But yeah, it would take, I would have to do a lot to get someone comfortable with building this tree. Like there might be a better abstraction layer, but I just haven't needed one up until now. Like Insignia is not a user-generated content game. And so there's never been a reason for me to worry about how much sense this makes to other people. It just needs to make sense for me. And this line is one that, for me, it's hard for me to justify investing the time into this kind of stuff. Because to me, like, this is part of what I care about. Like, I care about being involved in this process. I don't mind being the bottleneck. It's just, unfortunately, there's a bit of a backlog at the moment where I haven't been able to greenlight any of it because I've been focusing on other things. So I think that just put Luca in a bit of a spin out, or like a, spinning the wheels. Nonetheless, I would like to start churning some of this stuff out. The other problem is that any of these concepts require the cohesion of many elements. Like these bullet points, this is for Armin. So like when we talk about that, it's like that has its own behavior. It has its own, this is Adam. It has its own animation. Can be Adam, sometimes Morgan. You also need to prototype the scenario. There's level design. There's, testing and prototyping. This could be me, could be Luca. He's done some level design before. It's just like, this is just for one idea in the game. Hey, let's make it so that Armin can do this. Okay. We need to make it so that Armin can do that. We test that. We make a space where we test it. We test it out in the space. Then we put an enemy in that space that we first have to concept, make the base behaviors work, do the animation, put that, and then you have like the three pieces that you can validate and say, okay, now we can add this to the game. It's big. It's big. So I got to put some time into this. Unfortunately, we're sort of straying into the very abstract with some of these ideas. Rather than instantly applied to Armin, it's a gradual application of heavy slow, which eventually stacks, pulls Armin down. Retractable gameplay, reactable gameplay, where the player can line of sight the enemy to remove the buff. Slower movement speed, jump height reduced. Applies when approaching the enemy's height. When Armin's pulled down, the enemy rises to an ideal position before range attack towards the ground. Okay. Like, I don't know what these things are. These, I know what they are. What is... Oh, this is a descend ability? Maybe? I'm not sure what this is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this needs a bit more structure. These are okay. Mm-hmm. This is a brief that I gave to Luca. Yeah, I think we need a production doc for this. That's what we're missing. Just got to tell the team we're in a Zoom for a bit. We have a Zoom in a bit. Blah, 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 blah. How big is my team? There's 5 of us at the moment. I only just, well, because I tried to press it before and it comes up with a confirmation message, and sometimes I forget to press confirm because you're messaging like 1,000+ people. Yeah, it might be. I mean, I thought better to post it late than not at all. I just saw it as I went over to Discord. I was wondering why no one was here at the start. Okay. We're going to call this the action pipeline. Okay, so everything I just did, this needs to come with me. Hey Ocelot, how's it going? Not too bad. We're setting up an enemy design / ability schedule at the moment, and we're going to catch up in about 8 minutes for stand up. Hey, Slashed. What's good to know? Hey, CFDJ. Hey, Kirill, how's it going? Do I like bug fixing? I don't mind it. This playlist is from GameChops.com. This is Chocobo and Chill, I think. Yeah. That's the album. Hey, Sethsaurus, welcome. Well, if there are lots and lots and lots of bugs, I do get overwhelmed, but you just have to write everything down and take it one at a time. Like my bug reports, they look like this kind of thing. You start categorizing like this, right? This is feedback from the last playtest. These bugs, I've got them set up so that I can say, hey, how urgent is this to do? And what's the importance of it? So some things need to be done now, but they're not that massively important. They just block other things. Some things are super important because the whole game, maybe players can't even finish the game without me doing them. So those become red. And then I do a white line that says, in my next little sprint of work, I'm going to get these ones done. Everything above the line gets done. Everything else just falls below the line, and I get to it when I get to it. It's like Kanban. But if you write everything down, at least you know how much stuff there is, and then you can start prioritizing it. If it's just a bunch of stuff, it's anxiety inducing for sure. That's what I'm doing literally right now. This is me, even though it looks like I'm just shuffling boxes around. It's like, okay, this page is a mess. I need to be able to actually interpret it and read it and start weighing some of these things up. It needs better structure. the structure's just not there. We're not able to get where we need to go. So let's fix it. What's really annoying is that I can't arrange these if there's sections. I have to Control G and then make them frames, which is so annoying. I like frames. It's just that named sections are better. Well, they're not better because we can't do this with them, but you know what I mean. All right, time for stand up. Let's do it. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, Luca?
Hey, Adam and Elias.
Hey, Elias.
Oh, sorry. I can't hear anybody.
It's all good. You're very quiet.
There we go.
Cool. Hey. Hello, Morgan.
Hi.
Hey, how are you
Hi,
feeling?
Morgan.
Good. Relieved.
I bet. That would have been, were you really nervous on the weekend?
A little bit. I was mostly just like super busy and
Mm.
like a lot going on in my head that I had to deal with.
For everyone
But yeah,
on in the stream and in the Discord call, Morgan was conducting an orchestra on the weekend.
yes.
Oh yeah, I saw something about that came up in my timeline. I was like, oh my god.
Cool.
How was that?
It was really good. It was everything that I hoped it would be. I put a lot of time and effort into it, so I think it paid off. And
Yeah, you were great. It was good
thanks.
to listen. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
It was a
awesome.
lot of fun.
It was cool. You looked like very confident up there. You looked like you were a natural.
Thanks.
Cool. Okay, so let's start with, because we're not going to see Morgan P today. She's going to be busy, so we'll just roll with this crew right now. Just want to say, I guess, welcome everybody to the week. I am mostly done with the archaeology stuff, so I should be able to fix most of my attention on Insignia this week. Priority right now is some enemy design stuff, so that I can help give Luca a bit more runway. I made a bit of a refactor last night to allow the game to support player characters that aren't Armin, which is just like something, just laying down some foundations for future stuff maybe. And I have got some prompting that I want to do to help Morgan with that I've done to help Morgan with her some of the character themes that she'll be working on this week. So we can, I don't know if we have a meeting today, Morgan, about music. Let me check.
We didn't have one scheduled, I don't think.
No, we go Tuesday, don't we? If you do have an interest in meeting up earlier just to go over what's there, I'm happy to do that.
Um, I'd be happy to do it tomorrow morning or unless you have to do stuff with Elias in the 10 a.m. slot.
No, tomorrow morning's fine.
I'm happy to take that slot, catch
Yeah.
up about music stuff.
Yeah, sure. No problem. Cool. If you like, then in the meantime, you can just, if you happen to be bored and you get a chance, you can check out the sound effects Fig Jam board. And I've put a bit of a brief there for Rekka's theme, as well as adding a bit more detail into the character arc and some of the references for Rekka. So that's what we'll be working on this week. But yeah, don't feel obliged. I just letting you know it's there.
Yeah, I did have a quick peek, but I'll have a more in-depth look. Yeah,
That's cool.
looks good.
Awesome. Okay, so that's me. I'm still, I guess for the team's sake, it's worth mentioning that my priority right now, like the big priority, is the demo edits, which are getting close to being done, mostly because now we have a number of publishers, like almost 6 now, who are kind of like in a stage in the conversation where they're like, hey, send us a demo whenever you like, and we'll move the conversation forward. And I just feel really bad about not being able to do that until this piece is done. So that's like equal, if not a little bit more important than some of the production stuff this week. But I think I'm able to give my attention across those two things in such a way that nothing's being sacrificed. So it should be good. I'm feeling good. Cool. So I'm going to pass it over to Elias. Tell us about your weekend and how work's going and what you've got on this week.
Yeah, my weekend's been good. I forgot the clocks changed this weekend before I saw the message. I was like, "Oh, that's an hour earlier than I was expecting." Yeah, last week I did a bunch of small Foley stuff. There's a skid for when Armin like changes direction, and some other stuff. Like I think I added variations to the sword swing as well, so that when you do successive combos, you get like just different sounds. You get a
oh, cool,
as you hit the last combo. Instead of it just being like da 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 every single time. And awesome. What else?
You did a bit of an iteration on the map stuff.
Yeah, that too.
Cool.
This week I'm working on ambience for the Cheverton Underground.
Awesome. Yeah, I was mentioning to the team, this is for the stream's sake, that we should start doing like show and tell stuff soon. Maybe not this week, but like next Monday we'll start, and I'll run the Zoom call if you're okay with it this way, where maybe we'll pass around screen sharing and we can have you, the team, show off your work for the stream. If that sounds good.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, and then interesting. And then down the track, like being able to do that in the engine would be the ideal. So if we were working at that pace where everything we were doing week on week was actually going into the game, we were all being able to preview it and give feedback on each other's work that way, that'd be great. It's a very distant ideal, I think, to be able to chase, because there's different things happening in different parts of the game, and it's just hard to wrangle things that way. But we work towards that and see how we go. So Luca, you've been taking a bit of time. How are things going with you? How are you feeling for the week?
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. But yeah, mostly been working on I guess the enemy designs and how they incorporate like the ensign system.
Yep.
So I believe we're going to ramp that up and really get into it, hopefully today or soon.
Yeah, if you're happy to spend that time after this call with me, you can stay on the call and we can sort out that document and start getting into like prototyping stuff.
Oh yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, as well as the demo, like if there's anything we could discuss that we could move that along as well, if I can be of use for that too.
Sure.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I think that's it.
Cool.
Yeah, the weekend. Yeah, saw Morgan composing.
Yeah.
Not composing. The other thing, conducting.
Conducting.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, good stuff.
Thanks.
Cool. And Morgan, we kind of buried the lead already. Not buried the lead. What do you call it? We already said the thing a little bit, but how are things going with you?
Yes. Good. Yeah, I didn't get much done last week because I was preparing for the concert, but
Yep.
yeah, I'm just gonna keep working on melodic ideas for the Hunden as well as obviously Wrecker's theme
Mhm.
progression. Yeah, keen to chat about that tomorrow, and looks like you've put a lot of work into the brief for that, so I'm keen to jump in and
Mm.
explore her musically. It'd be very cool. And maybe also because I missed the meeting you had with Elias about the cutscene system that you've made.
Yes.
So maybe we could talk about that tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, it'll be a good call.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that just I guess I'll wrap things up with stand up, and then we can talk a little bit with the stream about Rekka. But yeah, thanks everyone for joining. If there are no concerns or questions, I'll say thank you for meeting me for stand up, and I'll catch you all through the week.
Cool.
Cool.
Thanks,
All right.
Adam.
Cool.
See you, everyone.
See you guys.
See ya.
Luca, you can stay on if you like. And then, yeah, I was just going to say to the stream, I've been writing a lot of material for the game because like chapter 2, it's a lot more, not cinematic, but the plot moves a lot more briskly, and we're introducing a lot more characters that have agency in the plot. And so I'm finding myself writing a lot about these characters as reference to specifically to Morgan, because she's writing the themes for these characters and she needs to know where the arcs go. So I've been doing a lot of even things like concept art. For those of you watching on YouTube, the thumbnail today was a Rekka art piece. And just in general, just having like a clearer picture of like who these villains are, what are their motivations, do some of them have arcs that take them beyond being just villains, you know, what is the depth of the story, and how do we express that? I found myself writing a lot over the weekend for Rekka specifically, which is fun for me. So today, right now, Luca and I are going to be doing a bit of I think consolidating some of the design stuff, and then maybe Luca, if you like, you could sort of watch me and shadow me as I prototype some enemy stuff, if that works for you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I know it's I've left it a bit unorganized at the moment, just kind of brainstorming ideas everywhere. But yeah.
Yeah, all good. We'll get to it. So let me see if I can crank your volume up a little bit. You're a bit quiet for me. Okay. Cool. So let me just get my head on. We are doing enemy design. Boom. So enemy design. Basically, Luca and I have been, well, I sort of started this document like this, and I've got like different like sections for the different abilities and a bit of a brief on like how they work. And Luca's also been doing a whole bunch of work underneath that. And right now, I think that there's a lot of like, I would say, mixing and mingling between like, and this is naturally the case, between enemy design, ability design, and then like environmental aspects of the game that intersect with those abilities. So what I'd like to do is start breaking things out into a structure that makes it easier to scan this document, where like things are put together, and then we can start having a better sense about like exactly what's going to happen in chapter 2 and putting them into a schedule, and then we can start working on them. So What I'm going to do, Luca, is I'm going to continue this little structure here, and I'm going to do this for the rest of this stuff up here. If you could just go through the work you've been doing and just start putting, all it is a frame. If you're in Figma, the bottom, you can create frames. You can just draw a box of a frame around anything that, in fact, you kind of already have been doing that, it looks like, for some of this stuff. I just want to cluster all the things that go together. So if it's like yellow abilities, let's put all the yellow abilities together. If it's, enemy designs or things like media that you pass through in the game, have that all go together. Like this dream block conversation relative to, there was something else somewhere else where we were doing physical things that you pass through. So just having that all be together would be great.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's put, I'm going to put a Pomodoro on this one. So we're going to make this a 25-minute task. If you get done earlier, just let me know. Pomo focus. I actually have been doing some work on an updated stream overlay in Unity, and I implemented Pomodoro on Friday night. So we can have that happening inside of the stream later on in a couple of months, probably. Okay, so this is consolidate ensign ability page. And that's a 25-minute task. We're going to start it right now. Cool. What I'm going to do is I want to stack these vertically. I'll show you what that looks like in a bit, but yeah. Okay. Okay. So I want to just put a label on this. This is a combined ability set. This is for like, what happens if you want to be able to design two things at once? Which is nice, but it doesn't belong in this section, so I'm just going to put it over here. I don't know what this is in terms of where it fits in the rest of the game, but I'm just going to draw a box around it. We can sort it out later. These are also combined sets. This seems like a red ability. Hey, Majestic Badger. It says Badger? There is a badger in the game. If that's what you're asking. Badger. Lots of red ones.
I think I need to reduce the size of mine. Quite big for now.
It's okay. Just we'll get there. I will change the layout of this. The goal is to be able to so like these are going to be lists, which some of them are. So your blue ones, I want to stack these vertically so that the concepts can go left to right and the ensign ability colors go top to bottom. That just means we'll be able to infinitely push them to the right. But that's good as you're doing it. I don't mind what you're doing. It shouldn't matter. Okay. So I can do that, and I can do that. Cool. And then I don't know what this is. Oh. Cool. Okay. Yeah, these are getting massive. Okay, so I want to do... accepts. Okay, so what is this? Crash ability. I'm pretty sure that's a yellow one. And I'm going to try to just do this. Hey, fake coffee.
Oh, is entropy going to be a green?
No, I'm not sure about that. That's just where it was.
Okay. Oh, I see. No worries.
I'm just going to move some of the stuff that you've got down here a bit lower.
Yeah, those things are kind of neutral, those ones, the white ones.
The crescent hook, is that an environmental object or is that the ability? Or are we not sure which one we want to call it?
Well, I guess it's an ability, but I've kind of just collated like the level
All right.
momentum.
Well, let's
so-
put it in as an ability then. I can just go, I don't need that. Where did I put? Ah. this? I don't know what this would be. We should probably have a section. I might just put one below or above yellow that's just like unknown. Like we don't know like which would be a good ensign for it. It's just like a concept for something cool in the game.
Yeah, just a development section.
Yeah, just a work
Like
in
a
progress.
brainstorming.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll put it at the bottom. You think so, Swizz?
No, Figma isn't an infinite canvas. I just discovered that.
It's not fully infinite. It does have a boundary.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. That's as low as it'll go.
Yeah. So these ones here, do you want to put these up as well into the list?
Yeah, I've duplicated some. I'm going through and
Oh,
just
okay.
deleting stuff. Yeah.
I'll let you go for it.
I'll,
Yeah,
Yeah.
all good. Oh my gosh. There we go.
This is
I don't know, Robin. I don't know if I think that way. What are you going to eat that's so disgusting? I might do a component that we can use as like a common header for all of these. Like just like a form that we fill out. It's like, what is the name? What ensign color is it? What is a description? How do you activate it, kind of thing. And then we can just start formalizing it a little bit more. I mean, I've sort of got a formula, but it's the layout's a bit all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Hey, Ayatri with a Clinkers redemption. What color? Pink clinker. Okay. Wrong. On YouTube, Sethosaurus asks, how long do you generally spend concepting an enemy before implementing it? Some of the enemies have gone through, like, the hedgehog's gone through so many changes that it's been years of changes, but it's not consistent. So it's like, I feel like the snake was pretty good. That was like less than a month from like concept to completion, but the phases are happening at such different times. Like I concepted that snake enemy in like 2023, I think, and then by the time we were implementing it, it was like mid 2024, and then it came together pretty quickly, and then didn't need to be touched after that. The hedgehog is the first enemy I ever did, and that's gone through like 3 different complete iterations since 2017. So, and then there are enemies that are like totally out of rotation. Like there's a wolverine and there's a goat that aren't in the game right now, that have been in the game and been finished in the game, but they're just like, they don't have a good spot right now. So they're just benched. I thought that was about to happen. Okay. That's my Pomodoro. I think we can keep going. How long do you need for your side?
Almost there.
Okay. Should we tack on like 5 more minutes?
Yeah, sure. That sounds good.
Cool. the heck?
That's it for now.
Why doesn't that work? There we go.
Alright. Looks like we've got a lot more than I realized. Which is...
This is why it's important to do this kind of thing. Because if you don't formalize it, it just feels like a big pile and it's not very obvious if you've got a lot or not a lot. It's just like, we've done work, but what does that work constitute?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Cool.
Just not sure why these two aren't playing nice in that grid.
So you can, if you drag all of it, you can drop it. The way that I do it is I grab the thing and then I drop it one index back and then press the right arrow key and that'll get it in line. And this, I just snap there. This is like that. So then you drag that and you put it like here. And there should be a line. Yeah. And then you just press the right arrow key and then it'll...
Nice.
Yeah. It's probably not the best way to do it, but that's how I do it.
But it works, yeah.
Because otherwise you might have to resize the thing. I don't know. Okay. I might just do this and then do this and do that. And then I'll do this and I'll do... Yep, cool. And I'll just do one more for the red. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's all collated now. Just need to probably probably go through and tidy up some of them.
Yep.
But,
I'm going to. I mean, I'll go through them another time probably to get all of the like headers for all of the ensigns correct, just so that we can scan through all of them. Like this, the way I've got these set up, like yellow, plunge attack, dive kick, drill, burrow, and then like what you do to trigger them, and then like what it does. That I'm going to create a template that's similar to this one up here, where it's a bit more structured, and then I want to formalize that across all of them. And then that way, when we do new abilities, we'll just populate those templates with the ability concepts. Okay, so that's good. There are a lot of concepts for sure. Let me take some of this stuff here. I just want to look at what's left over. Could you walk me
these
through?
ones are mostly the level elements. Maybe it needs a new section or a different page.
Yeah, let's do a section or a new page. Yeah, for sure. So this is all level elements.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then I'll just do this. Cool. Well, for now, that can just go there. I think I want to bring... I wish I could zoom out even further than this. One thing you can do is, now that we've got all of this, you can just like, hang on a sec. You can just press K and then just start shrinking it all as one giant selection. And K will literally just make the whole thing smaller. I think if we can get to the point where the headings for here are like less than 100 pixels. So actually these all need to be, it's like a quarter of this size. That's probably screwed up a bunch of stuff. That's now
okay.
179. Still heaps. Could go half that size. All of our work. Now we've done so much less. Yeah, cool. So like this now is how many pixels? 70. Yeah, that's way more. That makes way more sense. So now if I go to main component, this needs to be like 100 pixels, which means it needs to be like that small. 105, almost exactly. That'll do. Cool. And then back to ability template catalog. Oh, these got really small all of a sudden. Whoops. Can I like... I don't want to reset the instance. What do I do now? Okay, I'm going to do something that's not very good, but I'm just going to do it anyway.
I'm sure it's fine. Oh, these guys aren't in that frame.
No, hang on. They are in the frame, they're just not in the thing they're supposed to be in. That's all right. It's still... it's only a little bit smaller than it normally would be. If I make this just 5x and then shrink it like this. I screwed it up, but that's okay. All right. So that's pretty good. We could probably do that to the rest of it if we wanted. just shrink everything on the whole document down to a more reasonable size. Let's just do that. Much better. And then all of this too. Cool.
Nice.
All right. Now we have a lot more space again.
You can see everything on the screen at once.
All right. So I guess I'll just do a little bit of a summary of what we're looking at here. So for everyone watching, we've got each of these sections here for the different colors, the different face buttons for different abilities that you can do. We actually have quite a lot of yellow ones. Not as many green as I thought, but like tons of blue and red, which is interesting. I think you've probably been spearheading the blue section. Mine are not. A lot of these aren't even real concepts. They're just empty nothings. Yep.
Well, some of them are a bit minimal. Just introducing some idea to potentially expand on.
Yep.
But yeah.
We should have a way of taking these and tagging them with abilities that are in the game right now versus planned to be in the game versus planned to be in the chapter.
Yes.
So that we can specifically say, okay, we're working on these right now. And what needs to happen in order to do that. So I'm happy to do that like right now, but yeah, I want to create that template and then work from there. Outside of that, like we could put this whole conversation aside and we can just pick an enemy. Maybe that would be a good task to do today, of like putting an enemy in the game that I'm prototyping so that we can give you some animations to do on it as soon as possible. This organizational task is important, but it's something that I could probably do separately. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And will probably help. Like there's like a review aspect to it that I want to just do anyway. And I feel like if we spend the rest of the day on this, then I'll separately have to do the enemy design stuff later. Do you have a preference? I feel like we want to get you out of this document.
Well, I'd like to, I guess, establish like which ensigns that we think will be in chapter 2.
Yeah.
And then have enemies based on that. So,
yeah.
Since it's kind of part of their design, but we could also do even just like we had those basic smaller enemies that aren't really tied to any ensign. They're just kind of
that's true.
Fodder as well.
Yeah, those are ones that I actually think you could probably develop if they're that straightforward, where they're just cookie cutter. In the meantime, there is one that I would like to focus on. Well, no, let's have a think. Whether or not there should be an enemy that's in chapter 2 or not is the question. I did want to have a yellow ensign in chapter 2. There needs to be at least one of them. The burrow feels like thematically it could work in 2 or 3. The dive kick's not hard. That's a pretty easy one to put in, but we would need to be able to... What do we do with it? Is it a damaging thing? I don't mind the breaking blocks thing. That's pretty cool. Crescent hook is nice, but it involves the volumes that we need to think about, like passing down through things.
Yeah.
The ricochet, to me, I haven't signed off on the risk of that one yet, of like prototyping whether or not Armin can do this stuff in a way that works. I think I'd like to try combining the plunge with the shockwave, maybe. So not the drill.
Not the drill.
No, it's basically like taking this and making them one, where it's breakable blocks basically. and when you land without breaking a block or after you've broken blocks, it sends out a little shockwave. So it's literally just Armin slams the sword into the ground, and that's all it does. It creates a bit of a wave out that creates a kind of a projectile for enemies that are grounded, to hurt them. And when it hits them, they pop up into the air if they're lightweight enemies. So doing that on breakable blocks just breaks them. That would be the idea.
Yeah. Would you go through the entire stack of
Yeah,
blocks?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I've already got
Yeah.
like level design concept stuff that validates this, and it's technically in the game. So I feel like this is the easiest thing we can do. I also feel like generally it's probably not that important that these abilities are perfect. Like not all of them have to be like insanely creative, award-winning concepts. They kind of just need to be things that we can design cool levels around.
Yeah. Yeah. I
So
understand.
yeah, like not everyone has to be like the Fez camera turn,
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, some of them can be pretty rudimentary, like going down and it's a dive, kind of like a dive kick sort of thing.
Well, the
but you're
dive
just
kick.
supposed
Well,
to-
this doesn't. You can't really do this in the air right now, or it doesn't send you forward. It's just
Oh.
like a thing. It's on the ground. You're just plunging the sword into the ground.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's a pogo if you hit, and if you do it from the air. Maybe it just bounces directly downwards on top of an enemy. It's just the only thing I think about the pogo is it makes the combat very. Well, I think I might have it literally pogoing right now. Like I think it's literally in the game this way.
Yeah, but I do like the concept of with the shockwave, you'd want to land like next to an enemy rather than directly on it.
Yeah, or like around a couple of enemies. Let me just have a look.
Yeah.
Do I have that one here? Yeah, so this... Oh, that's not going to work on the snake because... Oh, yeah, it did. Yeah, so it's a little bounce if you do it on an enemy. Hang on, let's try that again. You get your little bounce, and then when you hit the ground, he just stops. So I like it. I think it's fine. And that would be alternate to the dive kick.
Yeah, I think that's cool. All right.
Cool. So that we want to be able to break blocks, which it already does in the game. So I think adding the shockwave out afterwards is like not that much of a stretch, because otherwise, like, well, I don't think they're different enough that I would separate them.
Yeah, because this is only a shockwave. I mean, it's hard to design a whole ensign just around the shockwave on its own. So
Yeah.
it makes sense to merge them together. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So I guess what I'll do is, that makes it a little bit complicated. I guess what I'll do is take this, do this, put this inside of that, and then do that, and then do that. And then do a... Okay, now they're one.
Nice.
Cool. All right. So the idea for the enemy here would be you have an enemy design somewhere around here that I can't remember where it was.
Oh, there is the enemy's page.
Yeah, did you move some stuff into there? Or maybe you were just it already was there. And I just,
It was already there.
Yep, cool.
Which one was this one?
either this jump here, this bouncing thing, or I really like the idea of like a bird that gets its beak stuck in the ground, diving down at you. You've already got a kind of a dive kicky bird. So I'm wondering...
Oh yeah, the one with the mushroom.
Mhm.
Unless we want to make the enemy a bit more just independent without the mushroom.
Yeah, I'm thinking this enemy is like, in my brain, the way the enemy moves and behaves is exactly like Kirby in Smash Brothers going into the rock form. You know how you can press down B and he sort of like becomes the rock and slams down on you?
Yeah.
So it would be something like that. Like it bobs around, floats around, and then when it sees you, it sort of like prepares itself in the air and then drops like a rock. So that could
And
be
makes like a little shockwave as well, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's exactly how Kirby works. So I think that's like prime real estate to take that. And so it could be like a balloon character. Like it could literally just be Kirby. Like you just make it a balloon thing, like some sort of an insecty balloon thing that then like it turns the air into something solid or like compresses down into something like hard.
Something that puffs up like I don't know, like a blowfish, but
Like a pufferfish, yeah.
yeah.
Well, we've got these like acid pools. I can imagine there being like fish that, I don't know, have mutated to live outside of or something. I don't know. Let me just start drawing some stuff.
Flying fish.
Yeah, there's like, you know, it's like a cheap. And then it becomes like something like that. The 3 eyes fish they predicted on The Simpsons that came true. Maybe. And then
It gets smaller, like it compresses.
yeah, for sure. It's got to be more dense.
Yeah.
And then
Maybe it does like a little flip and then plunges down.
yeah, I think a flip or something would be good. Something that makes it like clear that it's doing a state change. It could be, I mean, it doesn't have to be a fish. It could be a bird or an insect. Is there anything else that could float? Maybe like some sort of a bat or something. But I think the pufferfish concept's pretty strong. Do we have anything like that in the game right now? I don't think so.
No.
And it could be that this part under here is armored. I actually have what I had before this was a beetle, like a rhino beetle kind of thing that has big wings like this, and it's holding like a stone, like a tombstone kind of thing, and it would drop it on you. That was like this is like pre-ensign ability, so it's like dropping a rock on you. But I think this might even be better. And what we could do is we could have it be that the heavy thing, the part that's invulnerable is on the bottom at first.
But we want to be able to counter this with an upward swing.
Yes. So you can't attack it while it's in this form. You have to wait till it flips and just starts diving at you.
Ah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Like the parry potential is when it's active.
Yeah. Unless you'll manage to get above it, but I guess that'll
Mm-hmm.
But on like just a normal level ground, you'll have to wait for it to.
Mm-hmm.
You have to bait its attack, I guess.
And it almost becomes like an urchin when it's on the ground. Like if after it does the shockwave, now you can't attack it for a little while until it comes back up.
Oh yeah, that's a cool idea too. Yeah, because that's the protected side's on the flip side now.
Yeah. So I actually had a snail at one point. Maybe that would work here. Some kind of a snail. But
A snail fish.
yeah.
thing.
The important thing is that we don't actually need to decide what it is. We just need to decide how big it is and what the shape is and what the hitboxes kind of like what the visual areas look like so that we can prototype it. I'm happy to take this as it is right now and then paste it directly into our I guess what we need to do is what would be great for this is right now we have 2 pages, right? One is the ability templates, one is the enemies, but these things go together. So what I'd like to do is, let's just say we do some enemy somewhere. I'm just going to place this here. See how big that goes. Okay, cool. So that's a thing. I'm going to remove the background for it. Figma's so good about that. The background removal is really good. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it in a thing called plunge attack enemy. And then this is just for demonstration purposes. I'm not saying this is exactly how we'll do it, or we might have to move some references around, but you take this, you right click it, you say copy as link to selection, and then over in the Ensign abilities template catalog, you would go to this part here, and then I would have a section called like enemies. So it would be like enemies, probably somewhere at the top of this little thing. And then I would
Like
say,
hyperlink.
yeah. And then I would say like, for now, pufferfish, do this and that.
So I can click
Cool.
on that. Yeah, it takes me there. Nice. All right.
So not saying that's how this has to be, but some way of doing that is once I do the formal structure for this, I'll have them in a way that we can, that it just looks like a bit more legit, like a proper section, maybe even with like screenshots or something like that. We could even do like, and maybe this is straying from GDD into like production doc, but the way that we've got our animation schedule set up, how we've got like a thumbnail image of the thing, the set of animations it has. I guess that would also be in the animation doc once we get to that point for this enemy, but yeah. Okay. Well, for now, that's fine. So now I guess it would be good to just start implementing this thing. And I kind of want to, I guess, have you shadow me as I do that, if that helps. I think if we do this enough times, like you probably would, I think long term it would be good to get you doing enemy development, like through the coding side. It's just, yeah, I think handing you a task without having you watch me do it would be difficult. So yeah.
Yeah. No worries. So I'll focus a bit on the stream now, I guess, if that's what you want to do now.
Yeah. Yep. I'm going to take a break and I'm going to do some more Pomodoro stuff. I'm going to do this through Pomodoro. So like we'll just have chunks of time. One other thing, I added a new scene graph. For scrappy stuff. So Scratchpad scene graph, if you double click it, now has, this is where we're going to do all the concepting. So it's literally a separate scene graph window with a bunch of levels that used to be in scene graph, but now they're here. Just to keep the level design separate from the concepts.
Okay, that's a cool idea. Scrappy graph. Okay.
Yeah, Scratchpad scene graph, it's called. I don't know if I've pushed it yet.
Oh, Scratchpad.
Yep. 8. Hey, Kelsolo Drama. Adam, what a huge list to know your game. You have people working on your game now? Yeah, we have a team now. We've had a team for about a year. Okay. So yeah, so I'm going to take a quick break, and then I've got this. Good. I've got a scene here called Enemy Scratchpad, which is where I'll be implementing this enemy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's it. I'll be back in a bit, and we'll get started.
All right, I'll take a short break as well, just a couple minutes.
All right. See you in 5.
All right, be back.
Bye. Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
Hey,
Back too.
cool. Hey, thanks for the follow. Hiragana friend. Alrighty, so we're gonna do prototype enemy basics.
Okay. 25 minutes.
25 minutes. Let's see if we can get it done. Okay.
You use Pomodoro for most things now? So that-
Yeah, just as a way of pacing out what I'm doing. Because I feel like, not for any reason of like, not to give myself breaks or anything. It's more just like, if I have a clock, I go into like a game jam mentality of like, okay, I'm going to get this done as fast as I can. And then like when the clock runs out, I go, is it worth me spending another 25 minutes on this thing, or should I cut it here? Like, it's like it forces me to reevaluate what I'm doing in my day.
Mm.
Otherwise, I just like churn away on the one thing for too long, and I get procrastinating after I finish one task. I just start doing whatever or talking to chat or whatever.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, sometimes things, just cause time to fly by and you don't realize you've been working on something for like 2 hours.
Exactly.
Mm.
All right, so we're gonna Pomodoro this. That's done, and it's time for this. Let's go. Okay, so just gonna move this here, and I'm gonna bring up my VS Code. Make sure I drag that on my left side. You guys can't see what I'm doing, but that's okay. So I'm gonna make a new enemy, and it's gonna be called Pufferfish Enemy, or even like, what did we call it? Plunge attack.
Someone
Plunge
suggested
enemy.
Stonefish or rockfish, I think? Rockfish.
Okay.
Australian rockfish.
All right. Well, for now, we'll just call it plunge enemy because we don't need to know that it's a fish yet.
Okay, no worries. Plunge enemy.
Okay. And then I'm going to create the enemy core. Drag that in here. In fact, the enemy core is everything we need here. So I'm going to actually rename that to our plunge enemy. And then I'm going to unpack the prefab. So it's just a game object called plunge enemy that's got all these things on it. And they're loosely connected already, like sort of, like the animator on this life component is already plugged into the animator here. So there's stuff there that's going to work already. Then I'm going to start thinking about the tree that I want to build for this thing in terms of its behaviors. So I'm going to plug the stun module onto it. And then this is almost really as far as you can get outside of doing like sprite, putting a sprite
Stun
render
is
on it.
its own game object.
Yes. Stun is a subtree of behaviors that most enemies have. So any enemy that's going to be able to be juggled and knocked down and get up, flinch, that kind of thing, that's its own game object. And I just tuck it underneath the main object, and then I connect it a little bit later. So I always have a game object called sprite underneath as well, and on its own transform, and it's just got a sprite renderer on it. The animator is going to expect that, so I drag that in there. And there's also shaders, which will need it as well. So this combat shader needs it. That's pretty much it for the start, which is not much, right? We don't have much going on here, but we're missing a bunch of stuff still as well. So what I think I want to do is I'll probably start by going into a sprite and just making something that's 96 by 96. And I'm going to call this plunge enemy. Actually, I've moved the Insignia project, so let me just quickly get to where I moved it to. Okay. So sprites enemy. It's a bit annoying here because you start naming folders and we don't have the name of the enemy yet. So for now, I'll just make this called plunge enemy. That's correct.
Yeah.
So for now, it's plunge enemy prototype. That'll do. And I'll just need an idol. And I'm expecting this enemy to be the size of a hedgehog. So that should be about this big. Let's double check that by going open recent Armin, grabbing him here, copy paste over here. So, okay, that's pretty reasonable for a size of an enemy this big.
When it's in its expanded form.
Yeah, it just in general, I think is probably not bad at that size. Like, yeah, expanded, it might go a bit bigger actually. Maybe like this big. Let's try it out. So like,
Okay, yeah, that's quite big.
I mean, the point of this is to figure it out. So idle,
Yeah.
compressed. You know, maybe the compressed version can be more like this. And even looking at that, I probably want to center this a little bit more. It's a pretty reasonable size, I think. Okay. Cool. I'm going to save that. I'm going to hide Armin from this and lock him. And then I'm going to press Control T. I've got my scripts folder set up with tags to sheets. This here. I don't know if you've got this, but
I do, yeah.
yeah. So now we've got plunge enemy prototypes. We've got these things here. These are our animations. We can go to our sprite editor and we can slice this up by cell count. And it's both. In fact, we don't need to do that anymore. Instead, we can go to Retrobox, close this, make sure it's all empty. This is 96, I think I said, by 96 or 92 by 92. It's 96, cool. And our pivot should be dead center. And I'm just going to drop this into there. And then I'm going to do the expanded one as well. Okay, cool. Now we have Retrobox for both of these. Amazing.
And that automatically slices it for you if you
Yep.
need it to be?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nice.
So now I am going to give just the expanded or maybe compressed. Okay, there we go. Now this is already not quite where I want it to be because I want the pivot to be dead center. So I'm just going to move this and the same thing here. Export it again, but it should happen instantly. So now it's there. Perfect. Take the enemy, bring it over to Armin, and then I might even just... Okay, went straight through the floor. No hitboxes yet. Well, we haven't set up the physics collider. So this is like now, this is the start of me setting this stuff up. So it takes a little bit to do this. So like one of these things that we need to set up is self-awareness. The way that everything in the game works is they have like a physics rectangle basically that's defined that doesn't really change. So this relative body rect is what needs to be set up here. If you change the width and the height, you can see it being expanded. And then the x-axis and the y-axis, you kind of just want to align it so that it's mostly over there, the right stuff. And you can see here what we're trying to do here. This is -15, let's make it -16. Y can be, that's fine there. This is like width, this should be 32 probably. And then it's about 20 pixels, maybe less, maybe like 18. And that's now going to be the physics for this thing forever.
Okay, regardless of whether it's compressed or not.
Yes.
Does that change?
I don't think we should change it.
Well, it should only really compress when it's plunging, right? Most of the time it'll just be...
Yeah. But in general, I noticed that if you change the physics box of anything, it tends to, like if it's standing right next to a wall, it's going to have to get pushed out of the wall in order to expand.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah,
just
that makes
better
sense.
to, yeah, if everything's consistent. Now this guy is falling through the floor, which it shouldn't be, which tells me something's broken. And like I said, I'm just going to go through these things and try to fix them. So character shader manager is not set up correctly. Should be. This might be expecting character. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now we can't really proceed until we give this thing a brain. So I'm going to create a new script called plunge enemy. We're going to have to rename that later.
And that's a unique script that it needs.
Yeah. Like I said earlier on, this needs like every enemy needs to have something that makes it unique. There might be like maybe some time in the future we could make that not the case, but to me it makes logical sense to do it that way for now, at least. So that enemy needs to be inherited from enemy. You can just save that, and then that will now add a bunch of new things we have to plug in. So inheriting from enemy basically makes it become like a character in the game. Like Armin has all of these fields too. And then you just need to sort of plug them all in. So like there's this retro animator that goes there. Stun was our stun module. Life is here. Character data we don't have yet. Target awareness is how it sees Armin. Self-awareness we already have. Input is there. Status effects we don't have. Item drop manager, respawn, death state is going to be inside of stun. And that should be okay for now. Let's save it. Okay, we're good. Now, we can't hit it yet because it doesn't have any hurt boxes. If we wanted to test that just for the sake of this little demo, I could go to plunge and then on like idle compressed, add a new box. It's an enemy hurt box and make it not like a solid. We'll make it an empty box or a trigger box, I should say. Okay, that looks good to me. Not seeing it yet. We haven't implemented the take damage function. Let's just check. So Hedgehog, most of these enemies have... how do we set this up? Hedgehog is enemy... No, maybe it should work. Okay, nothing yet. I used to have to subscribe to an event to make this work, but I think I removed it so that you don't have to do that. So yeah, this here. The character stun says, hey, if I have a core, then I'm going to subscribe to the take damage function. So maybe our stun module does not have... well, the character gets... This happens automatically when our enemy wakes up. It will... On awake... Start.
I should subscribe.
Yeah, it might happen higher up in character. Yeah, so this is going to grab every single thing underneath us in the game object tree and say, hey, if you're a state or a sensor, I am your core. So we should, if we go back to character stun, we should see this happening here. Yep. That's good. So now, hopefully, we can at least see what's happening here. Nope. Okay, so we're not getting the call back, which means we're not even going in to take damage, which means that hurt confirm event is not being played. Hey Fractals, I can talk about it in a little bit. All right, let's go have a look at it again. See if everything's set up.
Life module or set
Yep,
up, or
it's got one
it's
here.
already got it there?
Yep. It's targetable. It's not invincible. This should be okay. It does. We could add a health bar to it. I don't know if that will make a difference. So the life component has a space for a health bar, and you just plug it in there. And then the health bar might have a space for a life component as well. I think it's back, yeah, it's back referenced. So you could do that. And then, yeah, it's not responding yet. I didn't think it would just yet. So it's definitely, I mean, this is happening because it's not throwing an error here. So life is definitely connected. This happens on apply collision. Let's just double check actually that the hitbox is there.
Into this scene, it should work okay.
Yeah, I expect so. So, it could be that we just didn't put a compatible hurt box on it. Let's just check that there is a hurt box. So we'll play the game. You can see here, there isn't a hurt box.
And that should be from Retrobox.
Yep. So maybe our animator's not playing. Ah, in fact, it's not playing because we never set the state. It's not actually in an idle state right now. It's just a sprite that's just hanging out there. So Retrobox needs to be playing the animation for it to be able to register hitboxes and create them into the game and then register attacks on them, obviously. That's just my B. So we can go to our idle state and we can go plunge, compressed, and then on our plunge enemy, we could just set that idle state at the beginning of the game. That was a silly oversight on my part. So we just write set idle. I guess we could also manually say public idle state idle and then set idle at the beginning. Now we sort of need to do this every time as well. Every enemy has a different update. So update, we need to basically process the state tree. So you have like state.do. And then there's like if state.complete, you have some logic about setting a different state. Now, because an enemy is a state machine core, it has this function called set, which basically says, hey, I have a state machine. This is a state that can be played inside of that state machine, so I'm just going to set that to that. There's also things like doing. So like if doing, you could do like machine.doing idle. That's asking if we're in that state right now.
It's like the update loop for that state, the idle state.
It's asking, this is asking if this state is our current state. We're not going to use it right now. I'm just saying it's a function that we have.
Okay.
So this is the update for the idle is this.
Oh, state.2. Yeah.
Yeah. So you could do an else here if you want. Keep it separate. Okay, that's like the most basic thing we could do for an enemy. This should work now, as long as we have idle set up correctly. So I'm just going to compile this. Idle is here, and that's the idle that we had that came with our enemy core prefab. So we can just drag the idle directly in, and now this should work. There we go.
Nice.
Why do we need state machines, says Kelso Ladrama. State machines determine how we give the enemies different actions, different behaviors. Patrolling, being hurt, chasing the character, getting knocked down. State machine handles all of that. It's to manage all of that logic. So, you were noticing then that our pufferfish was turning into a bee. That's because the stun module comes with, by default, a bunch of animations that are just plugged in for the sake of just them being there. It's important to understand here that the stun module is a prefab. So if you overwrite any of these for everything, they might go and propagate out to other enemies. So
should I unpack that probably? Or?
You can. I sort of, again, this is one of those things where when I'm the only person working on the game, I just know not to do that.
Yeah.
But
no, I get that.
Yeah, you can unpack it. That won't break anything. It just means that if we were to change what's in that stun module, this guy won't take on that change.
Yeah.
Which is not a big deal. We'll unpack it for now. So now we can just set whatever we want here. Maybe we'll do a dummy hurt animation as well. I'll just make it a darker color. And then we do have to do that again. So
So the stun module is pretty much critical for every enemy.
if it's going to take damage, yeah, it needs to.
Yeah.
I mean, not every enemy needs to take damage. You could have enemies that were turrets or something that just fire at you or something like that. But if you want to be able to do something against the enemy, having them be able to take damage is pretty core. Okay, so we're going to make our stun take on, instead of, so this flinch, you can't see it here. It has flinch. We're going to replace that with plunge hurt. Now that will just hang in the air forever. We could also replace the tumble with the same animation. We probably shouldn't do that, but
Let's tumble the juggle state.
Yep. So it's just a brick right now, which is good. I mean, we know it works.
Advertise. Cool.
And it dies, exactly. Cool. So that's kind of like, if we wanted to do another prefab called like basic enemy, this would be like one of the things we could use for it. It's just that we would have to obviously change the plunge animations. We'd have to change the name. We'd have to remove this plunge enemy script and replace it with like a new one. And we would need to rebuild that self-awareness rectangle so that it had physics, whatever it was, that new enemy. Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
Now, there's also this toggle here for flying characters. I think that that's to turn off gravity. If I set the base gravity to be 0, then it shouldn't ever really fall.
Well, it already wasn't falling. Is that?
It was falling.
How would you? Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Under certain circumstances. So like, when you juggle an enemy, there are things that, how do I put it? There are lots of behavior states in the game that turn off gravity temporarily. And usually those states that gravity should be reset afterwards, but it's not done by default. So like we could do like just like reset body props. That will make gravity go back to what it was. So if I put this back to 2 and I make it not a flying character, it should fall all the time. Maybe not. Maybe just in the hurt state. Let's have a look.
Or like the tumble state, if that's a state.
Well, I don't know. Well, we'll have to check what state it's actually in when it's doing that. Let's have a look. So if I click on state tree up here, you can get that inside of window Insignia state tree editor. That will create this window. If I select plunge enemy, now this auto builds this. So we can see what it's doing at any one time. So it's caught in the juggle state right now. So because it's juggling, and it's not going from juggle to fall, it's just going to hang in the air. We can check why that's not doing that. It's probably a bug, technically. It might be an animation thing because we use the same animation for both flinch and the tumble animation. So what's happening is when it enters the animation, it's probably not setting it, or it could be that it's not setting it. It's just like letting it continue because it's not doing like a force reset. So
Yeah.
it might just be like,
identify it as a state change.
well, it might just be not advancing the frames at all. If we check the frame rate, because there's only one frame, that could be another issue. It is looping. It's on frame 0. It's only got one frame. It's juggling. If I go force state tumble, yeah, it fell out immediately. So it's just not going to tumble. Oh, it is in tumble. Interesting. I don't want to spend too long on this part because it's not super critical, but probably worth checking out. Okay, it is mid tumble right now. That's interesting. I wonder why it's not completing. It probably should turn gravity on when it enters tumble. I'm guessing. Why are the body properties not being reset here? If we go to fixed do, if the state is not null and state is complete, reset to default body props. So the first question is, when it entered, what state did it do? Is it inside of juggle? Juggle is a child of tumble at the moment. So let's check juggle as well. Well, we already know what it's doing, don't we? Because we already checked it. It is juggling. But it's not doing the juggle. Oh, it's inside of stun? Tumble, do, stun, juggle. What the hell does that mean? Stun, which is a kind of juggle. That's weird. I'm a bit confused about that. And then... is it complete? Nope. So like... where is this stun? S-T-U-N. Nothing. So it's doing juggle right now. Oh, and juggle doesn't have a do. It only has fixed do. So tumble will not, nothing will happen there. It's only going to happen here. So there's do and fixed do. And it's not doing that inside of the tumble state right now, it looks like. The tumble's fixed do is not being called. Yep. Okay, so this is actually an error as high as character stun. Yeah, it's not doing this. Oh, actually, even higher up. It's actually our plunge enemy. That's the fault. Plunge enemy hasn't implemented fixed do yet. Might be. There you go.
Makes sense.
Done. So it wasn't anything that I'd written. It was just this new enemy. We needed to implement that part of the state tree. There you go.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's
Yes,
another
exactly. I guess
that's another thing you need. You need this function.
Yeah, for the physics calculations.
Exactly. Yeah. Because it's a tree, what's happening is it's passing down. It's telling every state on the way down, hey, play your physics calculation now. But if it's not, like for example, character stun right now, its physics calculations aren't happening because it's not the main state. The main state's idle state. So only its physics is being processed right now. In normal Unity, everything that has like an update or a fixed update runs every single frame, right? So here, that's why I call them do, because it's not about just doing update. I mean, some states do have an update for fixed update or even regular update, even when they're not active, because they need to do some check every frame to tell whether or not they're allowed to be entered or something like that. Like, for example, ledge control checks to see if there are ledges every frame, whether or not it's this current state. So there's a separation there between like something that logic that happens every frame and logic that is this state operating. So that's why we have do and fixed do versus update and fixed update. And the key difference in the state machine is that do and fixed do only get called when a state is inside of the active tree branch. So like when I do this and I launch him into the air, suddenly now, okay, we're inside of character stun, which has a tumble. Tumble is doing juggle, and those are going to be played. Their fixed do's are going to be done during this being highlighted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. So we'll also probably update the knockdown. So, like I said, there is a bit to it.
Yeah, wouldn't be as easy for me, I guess, to figure it out.
Yeah, you would not, if even I'm trying to figure it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'm putting a lot of notes down, so hopefully,
Good.
yeah, I can make sense of it on my own at some point.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, there are still errors here because it doesn't have a get up animation and a bunch of other stuff, but that's okay. In the meantime, let's make it airborne again. Now, it's interesting because this is an enemy that can fly and it can fall. So I think actually its default state is not as a flying enemy. I think this is an enemy that is affected by gravity, who defies gravity by virtue of floating. So as long as it's floating, it won't fall. But if, like, the difference is a bird enemy, if you attack it and it is a flying enemy, it will like float as you attack it. It'll like float away. Like those little like the little white boxes that you can attack that I've got dotted around the game. When you attack those, they like float away. They don't like fall out of the air. Whereas like an enemy that I guess you would consider as being like an enemy that like has powered flight, like because it flaps or because it has whatever, that enemy should come down to the ground when you attack it. So the question is, what is this enemy? What should happen in our design doc when this enemy gets attacked mid-air? We could make it so that it's invulnerable mid-air, so that we just sidestep the question, but
also if it dies in one hit or not, if it does have a health wall.
Yeah, that's a good point. If it dies in one hit, then you could just say it doesn't matter. Same difference. I think even if it does, I think I would prefer. I think I prefer to have it be. It doesn't really matter. If it's 50-50, it's like either it's a flying enemy that sometimes has gravity, or it's a falling enemy that sometimes can defy gravity. Same difference. Let's call it a.
Well, can you switch that flying character?
Probably.
Like,
I'm gonna leave it off for now.
between each state. Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible. Okay. So we need to give it some behaviors now. And this is why I have a new script for this, because like now is the chance for us to do what we want and tell it to do different things and give it behaviors. So to do this, we're going to go into Pomodoro for a sec and just create a new one. So we've done the basics. Now we're going to add the behaviors. Okay. So we're going to prototype the plunge behavior now. So to do this, we need a thing called a behavior called enemy plunge. I'm going to create a new game object underneath the plunge enemy called behaviors. and then a new one under that called plunge. And then I'm going to make a new thing called enemy plunge behavior. Or I probably should have just called it plunge behavior, but enemy plunge behavior helps us recognize that it's for enemies. And those scripts that we just created should probably not be here. They should probably be in a folder.
So any kind of new unique state you want to create should be a new script.
Mm-hmm.
If it's specific to that enemy.
Yeah, there are exceptions to that, which I'll go through in a sec, but we're already adding a lot of things to your plate right now.
Mm-hmm.
So like snake, for example. Snake has inline states. Snake, particularly snake engage. No? Yeah. So like the way that I typically do enemies in the game is there's like an idle behavior, like a patrol behavior, and an engage behavior. Those are like the top two parts of the state tree. So like if I go to hedgehog as an example, you can see there's hedgehog, which has like patrol, and then like death and stun and whatever. But then the other state is engage. So patrol and engage are like the two major branches, and engage has all the combat stuff in it. Patrol just walks around. Typically the two unique things in any enemy are its base state and its engage state, because it's just like how it fights and like how it chooses when to fight. So with the snake, its engage is actually an inline class. It's not a new script. And it has a bunch of other states inside of it that are also like defined and operated sort of inline.
Part of engage.
Yeah, it's kind of like, but the thing is you have to do a bit of awkward setup for that, where you're passing parameters in so that it knows like what these things are. Any inline class, its fields will not appear in the Unity inspector. So like if I wanted to give it, you know, like an idle state, it's like, how do I drag that in? Because the engage for the snake is inline. Like the class just isn't.
So you have to assign it in like it's awake or whatever.
Yeah, so you have to plug in a bunch of stuff. Yeah. What this does though is it does keep things consolidated. It's like, okay, like some enemies I've got have like 3 or 4 of these inline classes just in the one engage script. It's just like it's a stylistic thing. It's not like the right or the wrong way to do it. It's just like the way that I'll choose depending on what the scenario is.
Yeah, so it just kind of worked out for the snake, so might as well just leave it as it is.
Yeah, I think it's mostly to do with like, if I'm ever going to use a state like again, like in a different enemy, then it deserves to be a script. But if it's literally only for the snake or only for like one enemy, it's like, well, why would I go to the trouble of adding like 3 or 4 new scripts just for this character?
Yeah, it's just over engineering it.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of work. So the value of having new scripts for every state is modularity. If there's no chance of there being modularity, I do it inline. That would be my principle. Just going to read some comments. Chubby Bub says, hey Adam, just curious, do you split up your sprites at all? For example, for something with like the player, are the sword smear frames and hit effects on separate sprites on separate layers? They're not actually, not right now, but they might be later. Kelsola Drama says, so interesting that you have substate machine which content component or node in Godot. Yep. Okay, so now we have an enemy that is functional and we want to create this state on it. So we've got this plunge behavior that I'm creating, and I want to do some pseudocode here. I want to just say like, what can this do? So immediately this tells you if you need other states. So this thing floats in the air toward the character when we are in range, plunge down. When we land, it's literally just that thing that I drew earlier. So these are the states: floating, falling, landed, and then maybe a landed idle afterwards.
Yeah, like stuck in the ground momentarily as a temporary hazard of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this plunge behavior also includes like the floating as well.
Well, we haven't decided yet. I've just started writing them here so that I understand what I'm doing. So now I'm gonna choose like, okay, what part of this is like a subtree or like a sister state or a parent state, or how do we want to do this? I just wanted to write it out so that I knew what I'm doing. So I would say the chasing through the air floating part definitely could be outside of plunge.
It's almost like it's non-engage state as well. Or I guess if it does engage, it'll float towards.
Like this is chase. That's what I would describe that as. And I would call this like air chase or something. In fact, chase doesn't have a distinction. If I go to chase has a navigate. Navigate is ambiguous between floating, running. It doesn't matter. So you can have a walk. Walk satisfies navigate, but it's a ground navigate. So fly is also a kind of navigate, but it's an air state. So you could plug fly into chase, which is probably what we'll do. So like, yes, what we could do is say chase here, make a new chase, and then make a new one called fly. Plug that into the navigate. And then that's already the setup for how we can chase after the player. You would have to set up some of the parameters, but yeah, that's a good start. So that's already handled. Plunge down. This is a unique animation state, which has like a telegraph and then like a plunge. And then I think it has automatically a land inside of it as well. And then I would probably also, I mean, maybe we could take the shockwave and the, stuck in the ground and the pop out and make them a separate machine. This is all, at this point, we're in like whatever we want to do land. It's like up to us. So this could be just plunge. And in like inside of this, for example, I might make like some of these inline states inside of the plunge subtree. Yeah. So we'll just let's take all of this, move it into plunge enemy behavior. Yeah, plunge enemy. Just so that we've got that right at the top. And then I'm going to take plunge, leave this up here for us to think about later. For example, we need to add the chase. And then in the plunge behavior, we want to write out plunge. So, okay, we've got 3 states here: telegraph, loop, and land. And then we're going to start building up the behavior for that. So we probably don't need an update or a start. Instead, what we need is a public override, enter, do, fix do, and an exit. But this is a behavior state. And it's a mobile state because I have a bunch of these like interfaces, like iMobile. They happen after so we have behavior state. That's the class that we inherit from. This is an interface. And this is just, I use it as a tag. So I have a bunch of these tags that, again, there's no reference for them. I just know what they are. But like I've got like iMobile, I've got iAir state, I've got a couple of them. And what that does is when we go back to our self-awareness, this thing determines a bunch of its behavior based on what our current state is doing. So if we've got a state that is designed to move the character, it won't try to create friction for the ground. It'll like let the character move without applying friction. So we use these tags to sort of say as a shorthand, like, hey, I'm going to be moving the character here while this is happening. So just stop like trying to fix things, you know?
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, that's a cool way of doing it. I like that.
Yeah. I don't know yet if this should be an iMobile state, but you know, maybe. I don't normally put these bases in here, but if the classes are empty, if the functions are empty, I do remove them. So fix do, you don't need to define this every single time. It's because it's got override here. There already is a fix do that it will do, and that calls the child version. So we don't need that here unless we have something physicsy that we're doing, which we probably will. So let's just leave it in for now. Enter is our start function for states. It gets called every time a state begins. Do is our update function. It gets called every frame. Fix do gets called every fixed frame. And then exit happens whenever we are moving on to a new state. The way that we tell the state machine that we need like to move on is we call complete. And then in a string, we give a reason. And that helps us with our state machine editor. We can read, oh, this ended because of blah. Sometimes you have different reasons why it ends. So I imagine we're going to have a behavior state, or like a state at least. Keep it ambiguous, called telegraph, a state called plunge loop, and a state called land. We're going to say on enter, we're going to go set telegraph, and then basically do exactly that. Thank you, Copilot. So if the state's complete, if it's telegraph, loop, if it's loop, land, if it's land, complete. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what I would do.
I see. So yeah, so land completes the whole plunge state. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. Now the thing is, what I have this. There's something that I've noticed about this structure, this architecture, which is whenever you're working with nested states, there's this phenomenon that happens where like everything except the bottom states, so everything that's at the end of a branch has like actual game logic in it, and everything above that is basically just there to select logic. It doesn't actually have, so like nothing here like does anything, right? Like we're just saying, hey, if you're doing this, do that. If you're doing that, do this, which is fine. It's just like somewhere down the line, we're going to have to do some logic about like, what does it mean to be for plunge loop to be complete? Like, how does it know that it's complete? Stuff like that. So like, maybe I'll do an inline class here, public class plunge loop, which is a state. And now this is internal to plunge behavior. So like plunge loop doesn't make sense to exist outside of the plunge, right?
Yeah.
This is an example of where I would use one of those inline classes.
Mhm.
So we can do this, we can do that, we can even do public override fixed do, blah, blah, blah. We don't need the debugs. What I want to do, and I want to do this every frame, not just every fixed update, or every fixed update's fine. I want to do a public bool grounded return. Oh my gosh, core.self-awareness.grounded, and then if grounded, complete landed. Perfect. Now on entry, we want to set gravity scale, or at least velocity. I haven't decided actually. In fact, maybe this should be something that we do every frame. Body should work. Actually, this is called a character state, which means that it should have a body. So now we can say body.velocity equals.
Yeah, I think velocity makes sense over gravity.
Yep. And then we're going to say public float speed. Now we have a configurable parameter that we're going to like go downwards by. We could even animate that if we really wanted, but it might be cool to just keep it static. I feel like that is more like how Kirby works. So maybe
Yeah,
just
like a static speed.
yeah. Cool. And then I guess this, so we would have like a public retro sheet plunge loop anim perfect. On entry, we say animator play the loop sheet. Oh my gosh, this knows exactly what I want to do. I don't need anything different inside of the do loop, so we can just get rid of that. And then on exit, I don't think we need to do anything right now, but I'll just keep it empty like that. Maybe here we could do some sort of like dust particle manager dot burst.
Or when the shockwave occurs as well, would that be
Yeah.
in here or in land maybe?
We'll see. We'll see if we want it to be something that's part of a state or part of a like a service that can be called at any time. How does this work? Position velocity. So core.position. Yeah, except that doesn't like that. Position velocity volume. What's wrong with that? Oh, this is nothing. Cool. So this is going to like spew out some dust particles left and right of where we are. We could even say self-awareness.bodyrec.bottom. Not bottom. I think I call this foot point. Foot point. So that's like the floor at the bottom of that rectangle that we created on the self-awareness.
Oh, yes.
Rather than putting the dust from the middle out, because the character's transform position is dead center, but the foot point is like the bottom of the rectangle that contains that position. So, I mean, this is now like pretty good. Yeah.
So how do you refer to this inline class?
Yep.
In the
So, okay, we've created a plunge loop, and we already said that we would have a character state. In fact, we can be specific now. Plunge loop, called plunge loop. And it doesn't have to be public or anything because it's inline here. So, this is a behavior state, so it has a setup, it has a start function. So void start. We can say plunge loop equals new plunge loop, and we need to set its speed or whatever. So like, you know. We don't need to do that. We could do like public retro.sheet loop sheet plunge loop. I usually do s underscore to say that something is going to be an animation sheet. So like that. 15 is way too fast. -5 is okay. It's probably still too fast. -3 might be better. Cool. So that's how we instantiate that. We do it once on start.
I didn't know you could do it like that. That's cool. All right.
This constructor, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it means you don't have to do, you know, public plunge loop with the all of that. You don't have to do that anymore.
Oh, that's cool. Then. Nice to know. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
You basically say, you can even just say new if you really want. That will work as well. And then this is just targeting specific parameters. This scope tells you that you're basically saying plunge loop dot core equals blah. Okay. You don't actually need that core either. That's fine just to do it like this. So here, like we already know when we're going to set plunge loop, so that's all fine. We've instantiated plunge loop, so that's fine. We don't have telegraph yet. Telegraph can be an air animation state, which is just like a retro box animation that just plays once. If we make it public, that will appear in the inspector. So that's really all we need to do. This here, it doesn't like this, right? It's just like a C# thing where C# will say, hey, like, this is a weird comparison. I don't know if it's going to be a reference comparison or a value comparison. So like, it's just going to throw this warning up forever. It's not wrong. It's exactly what we want, but for whatever reason, it thinks that it's not. In order to fix that, you just say machine.doing. That's why I have that, literally just to avoid this issue.
Okay.
It's just to have Unity not bark at me, or C# not bark at me. I don't know why it thinks that it should be giving me that warning, but now we don't have to worry about it. So we just created a dependency for a new state called telegraph. Let's go plug that in. So we have plunge. This has a air animation state. Plug that in there. This is our, we're going to call this just like compressed or whatever for now. Frame rate of 10, whatever. Maybe just 1 for now. It's literally just an animation state. It's just like it's an instance of a retro box animation playing and some parameters about what you can do. Here we're going to set the gravity scale to 0. Just because I don't want it to fall. Looks good to me. That gets plugged into here. This is the loop for that plunge animation. Okay. So far so good. We don't have this plunge plugged into the enemy yet, the parent. So we do need to figure that out. But this is where engage starts being a thing. For now, we'll just leave it this way. So we've got a chase, we've got the plunge behavior. We are going to have to pick between these two at some point, and we're going to have some sort of a state that happens when it can't see us, so it can't chase us, and it doesn't want to plunge. We need some sort of idle. So probably a public patrol. Okay. So back here, hot reload's going to tell us to recompile, and we're just going to pass those in. So chase we have here, plunge we have here, and then patrol we don't yet have, but I can create one here called patrol, and patrol needs two things. It needs an idle, and it needs a navigate, which is going to be a fly in our case. We could have used the same fly for the chase and for the patrol. That's totally fine as well. So now we go. Now we have patrol plugged in, chase plugged in, and plunge behavior plugged in. So technically that's like going to get us as much as we need as far as like outside parameters that are states for this plunge enemy. That's pretty much all we need. We haven't yet determined when we do each of these things. And we haven't determined when chase becomes plunge. Coming back to plunge though, I don't know if we've finished that quite yet. So we have, this exists at the point of telegraph. So when we enter, we set to telegraph. Let's force that to be override so it's true. So if it ever got interrupted midway through telegraphing or whatever, and then somehow we came back here, we still want to reset that from scratch. So that's what this true is for. Again, if it has 1 HP, we'll probably never see that, but it's good practice to reset.
Yeah.
Like if we respawn the enemy, that would also be relevant. So we telegraph, we have the loop. Does that do everything it needs to do? We create it, we set it. Again, probably needs a true here, just to force it. Okay. And then this says, hey, I'm going to go into plunge. I'm going to set my speed. I'm going to do my loop. I'm going to land. When I land, and that's going to exit immediately as soon as I touch the ground. Sounds good to me. Is there a context where we want this to bail out if it's lasted for too long? Like it could be if
if it falls off the screen for some reason.
Yeah, if time is greater than 5 or 2 or something. Like falling for 2 seconds feels like a long time. So that's that. Time in this case, if you're inside of anything that inherits from state, time is the state time. It's how long the state's been going for.
Okay.
So you just say time is greater than 2. You don't have to say like time.time minus start time or anything like that. You just say time. Cool.
Nice, because it's already set up in the base classes.
That's right. Yeah, this is where inheritance can be pretty valuable. So that's the plunge all done. And now we just need the land animation or the land state, which we've decided is going to be the land. It's going to stay in land for a while and then it's going to pop out. I think that could be an internal state inside of the plunge behavior now that we're here thinking about it. Like, I just don't know when else we would want to have an enemy do that if they hadn't fallen first.
Yeah, it's like it's getting stuck in the ground. Like you said before, like if it was a bird that got its beak stuck, like
Yeah.
it'd only be from the plunge. Yeah.
Yeah. So like
Makes
plunge
sense.
stick or something. I don't know what you want to call it. Plunge grounded. Let's just call it that. So we're going to do another internal class here. Hey, there you go. It's already done a good guess. So it knows its character state. We enter. Animator is playing as false. I think we probably do want a grounded anim. That's like a loop. We're going to call it S_grounded loop. And rather than say animator is playing as false, we want to say play grounded loop. Velocity is going to be 0. That's fine. I probably want to set gravity though. I have a feeling that having gravity on here, like when Kirby is in the brick state and he's on a slope, he'll go down the slope. So we might want to do that.
Yeah, and in case there's like moving platforms.
Yeah.
As well, if it lands on one.
That's right. This is actually pretty interesting that it wants to do the burst after we've landed, like on confirmation of landing. that
Yeah,
might.
it's kind of the same, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, these are the
just
same
make a
sort of
decision.
instance. We just got to pick
Yeah.
when we want to do it. I actually don't mind it on entry. I think that's actually kind of better rather than on exit of the previous state.
Yeah, it seems to belong to the grounded part anyway.
I agree.
Thematically.
I agree. Oh, and a camera shake too. Hell yeah.
Why
Great.
not?
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we want some sort of a wait time. I think it should be more like 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
And this should be just normal do.
So the only downside of this inline stuff is if you want to fiddle around with the numbers while you're playing, you wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
do that.
You can... Oh, not while you're playing, but you could probably... I mean, like, we can pass this from a parent property. So we could have, like...
Oh, yeah.
In fact, what you could do... Here's what you could do. You could say, like, public float wait time. And then this, you could pass the parent into the child and reference its wait time.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So you could say, instead of, like, plunge loop... So we could say, like, public float full speed. And then rather than do this, you would say, inside of plunge loop, you'd say public plunge behavior, parent. And you would do that also for this guy. And then when you create this, you say parent equals this. And then you could even just remove this if you want and say inside of these should break now. This should be broken, but you could say parent dot. See your fractals? And then here, instead of wait time, you would say parent dot wait time. So now you could play with it inside of the inspector.
Very good.
Yep. Same thing here. I actually think these parameters, like grounded loop, you know what? No, let's do it this way. Cool. Okay. So this just waits for some amount of time and then completes. We could do like a pop out animation.
Yeah, I was just thinking that actually. Just some kind of like initial upward motion so it's not just starting from the ground level and
I agree.
recovering. Yeah.
Yep. Hey, Ian McLeod. Is this code review? No, we're creating a new enemy, but I'm showing Luca how I do it in the game. Do I use the PNG image format? I do. Yeah. So the thing here that we should probably be thinking about is if it does pop out of the ground.
It could also be like another attack where, since it's
Yeah.
well, what is it? It's got like a spiky bottom. I
Yep.
assume.
Yep.
Yeah, is that what you're gonna say? Sorry.
No, I'll let you go. Just keep running with a thought. Keep thinking.
Yeah, like I mean, it's just well, we got that 2 seconds where it's a hazard, but I guess the pop up is just that time extended where it's still.
Mm-hmm. I think this enemy would be really cool if both sides of this interaction were attacks, like falling down and going up.
And I think now that I'm thinking about it, it dying in one hit maybe won't be as fun. Like maybe when it pops up, you will still be able to relaunch it back with your sword, like an upward swing, and it'll just be launched upwards and back into its flying state, but at least it'll take some damage from that too.
Yeah, I would say the thing that we haven't done is validate when, like, I had another thought of like, what if it has a green ability coming up and a yellow ability coming down, and for that, to the answer of, oh, could we increase Luca? Luca, do you have any way of making your volume louder?
Yeah, if I talk louder, but I think I do need to.
It's okay. I can bring you up. I can bring you up.
Let me see. Where is how do Discord settings?
Yeah, both this thing that we're talking about and the proposal I just made about having 2 abilities, those both will be more clear once we're prototyping. Like I wouldn't make that decision until after we were playing with it to see what works.
Yeah, and that's a powerful fish with 2 different insights.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Syracuse.
I think it's on max. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
I think I'm just a quiet talker. I need to
That's all good. We've got you a bit louder anyway.
talk louder.
I've pulled
Alright,
you
cool.
up. Okay.
Okay.
So
Hopefully you don't hear an echo on yourself. That's what I'm kind of conscious of.
a little
trying
bit,
to
but not too
avoid.
much.
Okay.
All right. So our Pomodoro got lost ages ago, but
Oh,
this has all been valuable.
that's right. I don't know because I don't hear it.
That's okay.
I have the stream muted.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only thing now is, that because we haven't done any kind of like complete logic, we don't know how this thing returns back to the air. So, I mean, maybe we can think about it.
I think just a basic pop-up would be okay. As an attack, it might not need to be an inside-related thing.
Yeah, I guess the
we could also-
broader thing is like, it needs to get back to some elevation, right? Does the end of that attack end with it being at the exact elevation it needs to be at?
Maybe not. Maybe just mid-height, and then if you do attack it, then you help propel it back up.
I'm just thinking
I
about
mean,
now how many
similar
states
way
there
of-
are.
Yeah.
Like, is there
I mean,
another
similar
state
way
to
of-
fly up?
Or when you counter it, if you were to hit it on its way down doing the plunge, I guess it'll be like a similar state to that, where you would get the ensign ability for countering the plunge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those could be the same state, I imagine.
The reset state and the exit state
Yeah.
from the plunge up. Oh, yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
I could see that. Yeah. I could see it. Okay. So, like, do we need a rising state at the plunge enemy level, right at the very top?
Rising state. Yeah. Or would that be the same as the pop-up state or separate?
Well, I think what we decided on was the pop-up state could either be an attack or just an animation, and it ends in us at the starting the rising state, which gets us all the way back to the very top. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, it could just be contact damage, which is... I mean, it kind of makes sense since it's it'll be like spiky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is good. I think this is fine.
Yeah.
And the rising state, I'm happy to just have that be in line of the plunge enemy. For now.
Yeah, since if you want the rising to be a reaction from getting attacked as well.
Yeah, that's right. Because it doesn't necessarily just belong to the engage aspect.
Well, unless like, I mean, when it's plunging, if it's considered, upside down, where it's, flips its vulnerable side, then I guess
this needs to be the rotation back up, do you think?
Yeah, because
yeah, that's fine.
Maybe part of it. Yeah. And that's kind of part of the plunge, because the whole plunge is when it's upside down, like telegraph would make it upside down, and then
yeah, this is all good thinking.
Yeah.
S_reorient. We'll call it that.
Reorient. Yeah.
And maybe we should rename this. Reorient state. I don't know what this is. It just made something up. So what does this do? This class, its job is to flip the character back over to, what the heck? To reset orientation, rise up to the expected altitude to either chase or patrol. Cool.
Nice.
I don't know whether this should ever be able to overshoot. Like if you attack it and it only just started, I guess it should always... I guess the idea of it having a set altitude is something we should be careful of. It's probably more like a set... I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we would have like a thing on the ground that it uses to determine how far off the ground it needs to be. Like it does a raycast or something so that it goes, oh, okay, the ground is like 2 units below me right now. I'll descend until I hit 2 units or something.
It'll try to like hover, well, not close to the ground, but at a set distance.
Yeah. So if you knock it up into the air, it should go up, and then it should return back to that value, even after it's reoriented as like a passive thing. It should always be like trying to get back to that ideal state. That could be happening.
Just gradually go up there, and whether it'll kind of float in a range.
Yeah. So I would say like even here we would have public void balance altitude. And it would be like if machine is doing, like idle or patrol, balance the altitude. And then this is basically saying like, change the Y velocity in whichever direction we need to reach the target side altitude. So then you would need like some sort of like way of determining like ground distance or something.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't need to check every frame, just every, I don't know, 5 times a second or something, and it just kind of readjusts.
No, I do it every frame.
But I
no
mean,
point
like, just...
siphoning it out. What's the point of that?
Well, I don't mean like from a performance point of view, but just like it doesn't have like insane reaction time if the ground were to suddenly change. It wouldn't.
Well, I
just
would have it be an
adjust
additive thing, just like a subtle, every
immediately.
like a small percentage of its velocity gets adjusted all the time.
Okay. Yeah.
Rather than it being something that happens like every 250 milliseconds, it like shifts or anything like that. But we haven't yet even determined like how it moves. So we're sort of getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here.
Yeah, no, we're just kind of hung up on the little details. I mean, it's interesting though. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll leave these off for now. Maybe even you could play around with them later. But okay. So this is all fine. For now, I guess we don't really need to have this. Well, I kind of want it to do its actual job. Okay, I've got an idea. Maybe we say like target position. Call it destination. And then like public. Um. Okay.
Does that kind of override Retrobox or?
This is separate. So Retrobox controls the sprite.
Mm.
Simple animation is a tweening engine. It's just for any kind of motion that you want to apply to any property anywhere in the game. So like if you want a UI to like animate in or out, I use a simple animation for that. If I want a color to change from black to white over time, it's just like animating something. So I would say
Oh,
like,
okay. It's
yeah.
not changing sprites.
No, it's not doing any of that.
Okay.
I would just say body dot what do I want to do? There is a way to do this where I could resolve directly towards a point in space by adapting the velocity every frame. There is a way that I do it. It is in velocity mapped state. I don't know if this is what I want. You know what? We keep it simple. We just say body.velocity equals vector2.up times top speed minus floating nm.current value. Now, unfortunately, this is not going to get us to our destination. That's kind of a lie. What I'm trying to do is basically say like start at this speed going up and then end up at this speed going up. So it's even like helpers.map floating anim.value from 0 to 1. That's going to have our velocity go from vector 2.up times like 3 to 0. A better way to do this would be okay. Are you familiar with what this does?
Oh, that's what I was just thinking. So floating.
Yeah, it's not that obvious. Basically, map
Yeah.
takes one range and maps it to this range. So it says, hey, let's say, for example, I have some animation property. It's going to go from 0 to 1. And then I want to map that to some value, like the speed of my car. Let's say I want to put my foot down on the accelerator. Well, my car's going to go from 0 to 60 kilometers an hour or something. So I'm mapping, like when this is 0.5, I want this to be 30. Like the same proportionate distance between the upper and lower bound, but between these new bounds. Make sense?
Yeah, that does.
So this is going to go from 0 to 1. That's what the animator is going to do. You can see here, it's going to go from 0 to 1. So from there, at 0, it's going to be 3. And at 1, it's going to be 0. So actually what's going to happen is we're inverting it because the time is going to go from 0 to 1. But the speed is going to go in the up direction from 3 down to 0. Which is going to make it do this. Boom. Make sense? It's gonna inversely decay like that. So it's gonna start at 3 up and end at 0. From 0 to 1 on the animation property.
Okay, but well, that's a linear relationship, but I assume the curve will be whatever.
Correct. It's a linear relationship, but we're going to provide a curve that's going to get us from 0 to 1 at a different thing.
I've got to learn to use animation curves like that. I haven't really explored that much.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, these values are going to get us something, and I can't mentally calculate how high it's going to end up if all we're doing is adding velocities like this. There is a way to do it the opposite, where you're resolving, like, it's like calculus, I guess, to do the geometry of that. I can't be bothered. There is a way to do it.
Just trial and error.
Yeah.
It kind of makes sense for this.
For this one, it might be okay. I mean, like, for us, we're just going to say, oh, that looks good, done. Like, we're not,
just eyeball it. It's fine. Yeah.
it's same difference. I have actually literally got a script in the game that will calculate it for us. It's just, I don't know if I need to do it. Integration to the rescue. Yep. I just got my watch stuck. What the heck?
Your watch.
Yeah. I just got it stuck on itself. Sorry, chat. Stream comes to a screeching halt. Okay, fixed it.
It's alright, I'm still here.
Okay.
Chat.
Cool. So, that's fine. We just need to provide these values to the parent class. I'm just going to cut them out of here and just chuck them up here because why not?
Does it make you anxious that we haven't like tested any of this yet?
Nope. Not at all.
I have a habit of like, adding one thing and then testing it, see if it works, and maybe
I mean, yeah, probably. It's just that I'm so used to doing this that like,
yeah,
I don't
see,
really
you've
feel
got
it.
a lot more experience. Yeah, that's cool. And you've got a lot of like debugs in the right points to easily see if something goes wrong somewhere.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't know. It's not that complicated, this stuff. Hey, Orwa.dev, thank you so much for the sub. The thing is, it's not complicated for me because I've done it before. So, like, I will step through it. But some of this stuff, the thing is, like, you can't test it until it's all together anyway. Like, a lot of this stuff, to try to test it early will mean you'll have to set up a contrived scenario where you can test it that doesn't involve needing the rest of the other stuff. Like, how do you test the plunge without it being able to reset its position? I mean, maybe I could have just forced it. In fact, we're almost at that point.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it just seems like a lot at the moment. That's all. But yeah,
There's a lot for
probably
you
won't
because you've never done
currently.
this before.
Yeah. So that was the curve that you just did.
Yeah, I just plugged in the curve. It's going to do that.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we need a plunge. We have a plunge enemy. It has a plunge. It has a reorient state. We didn't set up the state machine for the enemy. So if state is complete, we've got to figure out what we're doing and what we're doing, like from what to what. So this is where we might need one more state as an intermediary for the combat engagement. But we could say if machine dot doing plunge behavior set rising state, if machine dot doing chase, then you're almost right. I would say if target awareness dot
So state.complete is referring to the whole
yes,
plunge behavior.
if we can see the target, set chase, otherwise set patrol. Yeah, so state complete is saying like, hey, whatever we're doing right now, is it done? Do we need to pick something new to do? So if we were plunging, rise. If we were chasing and we can see the target, this is not chase. This is now plunge. So if we were chasing and we can see the target and we're complete, chase only completes if you lose sight of them or you get close enough to finish. So we probably, there's one other thing that I haven't done in this game ever, which is provide exit conditions that are like enums or anything like that. Like it would be nice if I could say to the chase state, hey, like, why did you end? Like, did you end for this reason or that reason? We've got strings for that, but the strings aren't really designed to be used to query the state. But it might be valuable if we had some other system that would let us do that. Pass parameters back up to the state machine to tell them why it ended the way that it did. For now, we could just sort of infer what's happening based on whether or not we can see the target.
But seeing the target, is that assuming that you're in range for the plunge, or would it try to
Well,
get into
yeah,
range
we could
first?
say if plunge is in range. We haven't yet really described that, but that's a really good point. Maybe we need to have a range. So,
'Cause otherwise, if it sees a target, it'll try to bridge that gap.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I would say the range should be the X distance.
Yeah, hex.
No, it's body, it's position. The absolute value of this is less than that. Yep. So if we're in range, plunge. Else, if target awareness can see target, chase, otherwise patrol. There we go.
So that's if it's already in chase.
Yep.
So then it'll keep chasing.
Yep.
Oh, but that's when it's complete. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing, we're sort of this is a bit redundant because it won't exit. Chase won't exit if it can see the target and it's not in range, which is what we're already checking. So this is kind of more like, it's just, you know, if somehow we get here and it shouldn't have stopped chasing, we're going to keep chasing.
Yeah.
But logically speaking, we wouldn't expect this to happen very often. Also, can see
But
target.
it's readable. Yeah.
It's readable, yeah. Can see target is a really funny one. There's a lot of different versions of can see target depending on what you actually are asking. So target in direct LOS is a different thing to like if the target is near us or if the target is detectable. Like a Martin that's facing the wrong direction and patrolling relative to Armin. If Armin makes a loud enough noise behind the Martin, by like if Armin's velocity is really high next to a Martin, even if the Martin's not facing Armin, he will turn around. So like detectable is different from in LOS. Like can see target, can detect target just behind. I use these things in different ways, but they all sort of mean something like, can we see the target? Right now, I'm just going to use this one, this indirect LOS, but we might make it more lax later. We might say, oh, maybe we want it to be like a bit more lenient. Maybe it can see you if you're between walls or something, you know. Maybe it's just the absolute distance. But that's going to be, we're going to test to see what we want to do with that. Hey, Mustachio Game Dev, how's it going?
Well, it'd be interesting if it's on like a different level than you, like a where it tries to plunge from above and it hits some ground that's.
Well, actually,
above.
also amazing point that you, I don't know if you meant to say this, but
Yeah.
this end our y is greater than target.
I guess it should have like a minimum height as well that it wants to gain before it plunges. Is that what you're...
Yeah, you could say like it has to be greater than some height. I would be careful about that. For now, let's just say absolute. It's just if as long as it's higher up.
Yeah.
Yep. And
Oh,
what
that's
I
kind of what I meant. Yeah, higher than the target. Yeah.
yeah, higher than the target. Yeah. That's right. That's how I want to do it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Otherwise, if it's like below you, it'll just plunge.
Yeah,
towards the
exactly.
ground. Yeah.
Cool. Maybe is in range is not the best way to describe that, but anyway, close enough. I use that word in other places too. Okay. Well, now we've got a lot. Now I'm starting to get a bit anxious about what will happen when we press play. We didn't set up any of the patrol behavior. So if I press play, nothing's going to happen. Hopefully it's just a rock. Maybe what we should do, like if this was me by myself, I probably would go down a list of things I expect it to be able to do. One at a time, progressively. And I think you're right. Like when you say to me, like, don't you get anxious? Like, shouldn't you be building one small thing at a time? I actually think that is best practice to do that. So the best practice would be something like step 1, let's do it. Let's write it down.
Or if it's feasible, like you said, you don't want to make a whole lot of redundant.
Yeah,
data
but
just to get
but you could take those things and make them and order them in such a way that you have the dependencies sorted first. So the first one would be is like priorities. The first one is maintain elevation. Second one is enter, like, detect player and chase.
And chase, yeah.
You know, once you go down that list, that should be our test list. Like, we didn't even determine when we entered the chase state. Like, idle isn't just going to complete on its own. Oh, patrol will though. Sorry, that's not true. Patrol will. So patrol will complete if we found the target. So this chase only happens if we were doing chase, but we didn't ask what was happening if we were doing patrol. We should probably do else's here as well, just so that we're not actually cancelling out of the states before we've even... So if we were doing patrol and we... does patrol have a range?
A range for what?
When it's considered... Target is detectable. That's it. That's all.
Are you just using some default values for the detectable range?
It's dependent on a couple of things. This is the thing. I don't think we need an idle if we have patrol. I don't think we need that. I think we want to set patrol as the idle.
Unless it just has some stationary state where it pauses for a moment and turns around to patrol.
Well, that is what patrol does. Patrol has the stationary
patrol.
state inside of it.
Okay.
So if we're patrolling and the target is detectable, we chase. Let's move this up here and put this down here. There we go. So if we're patrolling, chase. If we're chasing and we're in range, plunge. If we're not in range, chase or patrol again. And if we are plunging, then go back to rising. And then else patrol. So if it's rising, it'll patrol as well. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Looks good to me. So now we need to set up our parameters for chase. Target range for the chase is going to be like 0.3. Although this doesn't have a Y. This cares about the Y position, I think. Distance to target, I think, is absolute distance. Not good. I might need a new property that helps me balance it. So public bool x only equals false. And then there we go. Okay, that's fine. This is get destination, target awareness, stop position, follow ground. Yeah, that's the other thing. We don't want to head towards the target on the y-axis. We want to keep our elevation. So when we're chasing, we want to say if what the hell? That'll do. Okay. So persistence, I forget what this means. Boo is only chase, like it's Mario Brothers Boo. Only chase when you're not being looked at. And we're not going to follow the ground. We don't really need noise. I'll set that to 0. Not Boo. 0. Okay. And then, oh, the destination offset, actually, we could add a Y to this to say how high we want to float relative to, but let's not do that. And then fly. Let's make it a speed of 2. Let's just make it expanded. We're going to give it some oscillation. That's fun. I think this needs to be like this, where these are at 0. And then this is like, whoop, and this is like, ooh. Oh, that was actually incredible.
Like a sine wave.
Yeah. 3 oscillations per second. Cool. Speed factor curve, no idea what that does. Let's just keep it at 1 all the time. I can check that later. Destination tolerance 0.16. That'll do. Animation FPS 10. Sure. Cool. Okay. And this is X only. Patrol. Is there a fly patrol? B patrol? Oh, that goes around.
Ignores collisions.
Ignores collisions, yeah. I don't think I want that. But at the same time...
Since we need to plunge into the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Might be a bit awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we start plunging and we're inside of a wall, we'll be screwed.
Yeah.
Patrol. So normal patrol. I don't know. It needs to get a destination when this works. And get destination is going to do the same thing as the chase, where I'm going to have to do that like X only stuff so that it doesn't descend while it's chasing, while it's patrolling. Or we need to give it make its patrol points like in the air, which is not that bad. Let's just try stuff out. Let's just get it playable as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think setting like 2 or 3 points in the level wouldn't be.
You can even do this too. You can just say like from your spawn position, some width here to here. But yeah, you can also do like points. It just transforms. Okay. Fly, expand. We can have an angry fly as well as a normal one. Let's copy the component for now. Paste component values. Cool. Okay. It did something. That looks pretty good, if I do say so myself.
Yeah.
Let's look at the... It's patrolling. Yeah, perfect. It's chasing. It's chasing. It is...
But it's going towards you in like
Yeah.
the Y.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder if that's because of gravity or because it's actually trying to get to us. Yeah, gravity scale's on at the moment. Yeah, it's dropping with gravity. Okay. Do we need a separate flying version of Chase?
When do we need gravity? When it's potentially getting juggled? And staying on the ground
Mm-hmm.
when it's landed.
This is where it's a bit annoying. I don't have a special modifier I can just add to this without changing all of the definitions. So I might need like an air chase.
Yeah.
I think I need that. Unfortunate. I think we could just do that. That might just get us where we need to go. Hey, Dash and Crash. How's it going? Can I copy component and paste component values here? No. See if that did anything. Still no good. Let's watch again. Oh, it's gravity scales 2. It should be 2, I guess.
Well, how does it look like if you just disable gravity?
Well, hang on a
So you
second.
can still do-
What do we want to happen here? When it's chasing, it's bodied up velocity. That's being set by the fly. But the chase is a fly. I mean, the chase has a navigation, which in this case is the fly. So I think it actually is that the target is the air chase is a chase, which is a behavior state. Oh, and fly is navigate. So why don't we just say, oh, hang on a second. How did we set the destination? Get destination. And I just said the destination's my position.y. That's interesting. There's nothing where we set velocity inside of chase. That's set by the navigate. Oh. How do we tell it the height that we want it to be at from all the way up at the top of the state tree? If this chase has no notion, I guess we could say what is it trying to do? It is setting the destination lower every frame. So what we could do is say if it's X only, take the start position on the Y axis. There we go.
getting lower.
It is getting lower because I think it's starting on average a little bit lower than the previous frame. I think it's resetting chase when we double back because it can't see us anymore. Like it's chasing. I think it'll maintain that elevation. As soon as we double back, see how it goes. Oh, we lost you. And then, oh, we found you again. Because it's not, there's nothing in its code to make it go up, basically.
But shouldn't it try to maintain its ideal height?
But it's not.
Can we-
It's not. I mean, I'm saying when it's losing elevation, that's not while it's doing chase. It's losing elevation through the movement of the state tree elsewhere. Like going between states. There are moments. You see that? When we go back to patrol, it just flashed here on screen a little bit. Because its default gravity scale is 2. It's not set. It's not. If its default gravity scale was 0, it would just stay in the air. So like it's falling when it's not doing something else, basically.
Yeah, but if you were to make its origin point, if you just place it in the ground and it's just in patrol state, will it automatically float up to where it wants to be?
No, we didn't tell it to do that yet.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that's what I meant. It should try to detect the ground and maintain.
Oh, when you say
its
should,
ideal
you mean
height.
like in the future we should make it do that? Like we plan to do that?
Or
Not that
I
it
mean,
should be.
I think
Not that what we've done so far should make it do that already.
Yeah, like it should. Didn't we say we wanted a raycast to detect how?
Yeah, but
How
it
far the-
but it won't do that right now because we haven't written that yet.
Yeah, so I think that it just needs that, and then
Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't
Yeah.
I wasn't sure whether you were saying based on what we've written, it should already know how to do that
oh, okay.
versus like
Sorry, yeah.
in the like we ought to make it do that. Yeah. Yeah, but it's probably
Yeah, for
worth
the weird.
it's worth us doing this now where we say, "Hey, let's just set a gravity scale default." I think that setting it to 0 by default makes sense now that I'm looking at it doing this. And I think that when we go into plunge,
Yeah, can you apply gravity only in
Yes.
certain states?
Yes.
Yeah.
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 So I think we can say enemy plunge behavior on entry body.gravity scale equals 3 or whatever. Now, I don't think we're actually... Oh, is it raining? Hang on. One sec. I'm just going to move my car because I want it to get hit by the rain. Back in a sec.
All right.
Free car wash. All right, we're back. Okay, so the chasing's working. That's great. I don't think we are doing the plunge yet. It's losing us a little bit. But we're never getting to plunge. So let's have a look. Hey, Counselor Drama. It's going well. Oh, hey, Luca, are you okay?
Oh, sorry. I just ducked out for a minute as well.
Okay, cool. Okay, so what puts us in plunge behavior? Oh, it would be chase complete if get distance is less than target range. So get distance if the X only is less than that. Okay, so let's see what get distance gets us.
Get distance. Okay.
Yeah, that's basically nothing. That's perfect.
Nice.
So we should be, if get distance is less than target range plus active noise. So in behaviors for chase, did we give it target range? Oh, that's definitely enough. That should be fine. Oh, noise got reset to 0.4, which is, well, even then it shouldn't make a difference. It's going to be way less than that. So then are we getting this far? Yeah, okay. Cool. So the chase is chasing.
Nice.
Okay, so then what's happening here? Chase is complete. Oh, plunge behavior is in range. We didn't do that right. Or maybe we did, but we just didn't get it right. Position.y is greater than target awareness position.y. False. Okay. We're not getting what we want out of that. No. Okay. Which means
Where's that range?
the position.x
variable coming
is less than, yeah, so we didn't set the range. It's probably 0, to be honest. We probably never set it at all. Yeah. 3, 2.5. Cool. Oh. So it's trying. It's plunging. It's in the loop, which is great. It's probably that in our plunge behavior, we just set gravity scale on entry. We could do it every frame. There it is.
But do we want that to be a velocity? Or just drop by gravity?
Yeah, we do actually. You're right. But it might be that gravity scale, or we did say we wanted it to do that anyway. Why don't we just make sure that's happening? So like when we are doing plunge loop, every frame, we should be saying if we are grounded, otherwise body to velocity equals speed. Did we just not set one on the plunge loop? Fall speed I've got set to 3, but that's speed, which is going to be 0 because we didn't set it up. I don't think that's fall speed never gets referenced. So instead of speed here, this should be parent.fall speed, and it's actually negative. There we go. But I think I need to recompile because I changed a variable that hot reload doesn't know how to fix unless you compile it. Let's try again. Okay. It really doesn't want
So
to.
it's doing the telegraph, it looks like, and then it doesn't seem to go all the way.
It's on plunge loop right now.
Hmm.
Oh, is it because of the time?
Oh, there's a time countdown.
It's only 2 seconds though. It should be plenty of
during
time.
Telegraph, though?
This is inside of plunge loop. You could check what state we're in.
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, we're doing the plunge loop. Okay. But we didn't set fixed do. That's why. We had an empty fixed do that's not didn't pass down to the child. We need to remove that. Yes. Which means the default will do it. Hey, there we go. It did it.
Nice.
Now, plunge behavior has a state that was set to null just then. This was just null. It shouldn't ever be null though. It should either be one of those three. This nulled first. Plunge enemy, plunge behavior, state machine, initialize current state, which comes from set, which comes from, what are you trying to be? Land. Oh, we didn't set a land animation up. Yeah, we just did nothing. Okay. Plunge grounded. Did we actually put anything in that? We did. It's just an amount of time, right? So we need to say like plunge grounded equals land. Da-da-da. Good. And then we can set landed after we do that. I don't know why it doesn't like this. Unnecessary assignment. Yeah, it needs to be. Interesting. I wonder why this is considered unnecessary. Okay.
So that's trying to get into land.
I don't know what it's trying to do. It looks like it's trying to get into loop. It shouldn't be. Set plunge loop. Well, loop is certainly not void. This is doing this every frame. One of these is null. That's just the fact of it. The previous call stack is this. I think, you know what? I think if we recompile, I think the debugger, like the call stack is not actually right relative to which line of code. I think it's trying to set this line of code. And it thinks it's getting stuck on a different line than it actually is. Yeah, it's land. It's getting stuck on land. I don't understand why.
When you go to land, it just completes the plunge. The whole.
That's if
the
land
plunge
is complete.
behavior. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean, it never actually gets there. It's null. That's super weird. Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. I set a new instance rather than assigning the one that's already based in the class.
Oh.
Hey. Cool, that worked.
It was trying to tell you. Yeah.
It was trying. It did a little shake, it did everything.
Oh, nice. And the particles.
That doesn't
Yeah,
have a hit
sweet.
state yet. Cool. Well, there you go. That's how you make an enemy in Insignia.
Done. Only took 25 minutes. No.
Exactly. How long did it take? 25 minutes.
I don't know.
Look, we just finished it. Done. Amazing.
No, cool. All right,
See
so
how
now
I
we
was a
need-
bit concerned about letting you do this on your own?
Yeah. Yeah, even you know, both of us together kind of struggled. Well, mostly you did most of the work, 90% of it.
Yeah, together.
If that. I just watched.
But yeah, like
So-
there's so many invisible things. Like, for instance, I had on one of the states, I had public override void fixed do. You don't know, and there's no way you could know that me doing this, if you have an empty fixed do that doesn't have base dot fixed do inside of it, that means that any child state will not have their fixed do get called if you do
Yeah.
that. It's so easy to do that, but that should throw an error. But it's better to have nothing, because then the base version of it will call, which does have the child.fixedDo inside of it. So like
Yeah.
stuff like
So
that.
it's only if you
you d-
override it with nothing, then it'll skip it. But if you don't have it at all,
right, but like you wouldn't have known to note like
Yeah.
that was the case unless you snuck inside and had a look. There's so many things like that I've created over the years that are just like little gotchas that it's like, well, there was a reason why I did it that way, but they silently fail if you don't do a very specific thing a very specific way.
yeah. No, I understand. Yeah, fair enough.
Cool.
Nice.
Okay. There's one more thing. We're going to make the plunge be an ensign behavior.
Yeah, I like to imagine the telegraph portion will show, you know, the ensign effects lighting up before it
Mhm.
does the plunge. Which
So we're going to put an ensign gem on this. We're going to make the gem.
ensign gem.
Actually, is it gem or is it container? Hang on a second. 1 sec. I think if I put a gem on here, there's the gem, which has an enemy. The enemy is the plunge enemy. So you plug that in. And then separately on one of the behaviors, we can say ability capture manager. That's what we need. We plug the gem into that, and then we tell it which behavior state is going to be the one that is the ability, in which case it's enemy plunge behavior. I think that's all I need to do. You just
So that
plug-
means the entire inline states as well will be considered dead end zone.
Yes, correct. Very good.
So you could wait until it lands to counter it as well at its current state.
Hypothetically, yeah. We didn't tell it what kind of ability we wanted, so we got Arise. It's going to be, so there's an ability scriptable here. That's going to be, I don't know what I called it. Meteor? There we go. Got it.
Nice.
And then we just give the enemy like 1 HP. Oh, I screwed it up. Done.
Sweet.
Pretty cool. Okay. So the gem has to be disabled. Otherwise you'll see it around when it's moving. The enemy needs to have a shader on their sprite called enemy shader. Enemy shader 2, or just enemy material might be the one. That will make sure that it has the outline, which is important. We want to put it on the character layer and make it like -1 or whatever you want, so that when there are backgrounds in the level, it doesn't get drawn underneath things. And that's it. Do you feel like you could then update this character from here? Like, do you feel confident that you could do the rebalancing or the popping back up or whatever it is?
Yeah, I could give it a try. Yeah, for sure.
I don't mind you trying it.
Yeah. Did you want me to think about as well what it might look like?
Yeah, I don't mind. Spend more
If
time.
it's-
I would spend, priority would be functionality, and then like inside of this thing here, I want to see as a blob and a square it doing the different states. Like if it needs to shrink, if it needs to grow, if it needs to rotate, if it has a right way up and an upside down, can we see that here? Just like the gray box version of the animations. If we need to add a hurt state, what does that look like? Is it just like a, just a more like, for now, just a squiggly version, just so that we can see the difference between the things?
Yeah, and even if even as placeholders, which can be easily
Yeah.
overridden later. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Cool.
And if I wanted to change something like with the patrol, if I wanted to like a bit of a delay before it, like as it's turning, would that be something easy I can configure?
We'd have to check to see what patrol does. Idle state happens between the patrol. So the idle needs to have some time. Give it like 1 second. And now it'll wait.
Okay, so that's part of the turning around. Oh no, it's still.
Well, it should be. Patrol idle, minimum state time. Well, let's have a look.
Like if I wanted to give it a bit of a like more graceful turnaround.
Yeah, let's have a look. We'll see. Oh, this idol is complete when not grounded. It's like it thinks it's a grounded idol, so it was just completing automatically. We took that away. Now it'll wait, turn, wait, turn, wait,
yeah.
turn. Yeah, it'll do it.
Perfect. Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Awesome. We can even give it like, it probably needs eyeballs in some capacity, just to say so that we know where it's looking. That's terrifying.
Some Kirby eyes, maybe. I don't know. Angry eyes.
So do you feel like you could add all those, the different states that we're looking for?
Yeah, I'll definitely give it a try. Yeah, for sure. I feel like
Cool.
I could do it. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, I'll leave it with you.
All right.
Let me push it, and then we'll say adds, prototype,
All right.
plunge.
And what
Enemy.
branch is that called? Sorry.
It's going to be in the development branch.
Okay.
Cool. Do you need like direction on its behavior, like what's left? Like the buoyancy, I think, is one of them. The or reorienting is one.
Yeah, the pop up.
Yep.
What else would it do?
I'm happy to leave it with you. If you want, like, you can feel free to document things that you propose we try, and then I'll give you the go ahead to.
Yeah, maybe it'll
Do
just
those.
come to me as I'm working on it. Just whatever's missing. Yeah.
Yep. Feel free to keep
the shop
updating
way.
as well. We can make a branch for this thing, so don't do it in development, but like in design. If you merge development into design and then just do it on
Oh,
design.
Yeah, I don't think I have access to push to dev anyway.
Yep.
But,
Perfect.
Yeah, design. Yeah, that's fine. I can just overwrite design.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right.
All right, sounds good. All right.
We're gonna get you in there, Luca.
Working together on that.
No worries. My pleasure. It was cool paired programming with you.
All right. So what's are you still gonna stream a bit more?
Not much more. I gotta go soon.
Yeah.
I'm
for some
housekeeping
dinner
for my in-laws at the moment, so I gotta get back over there and have dinner with my sister-in-law and her boyfriend and my wife.
soon. Okay. Nice.
Cool.
Bit of a break then. All right. Well, you enjoy. I'll talk to you soon.
Will do. Catch ya.
All right. See you, chat.
See ya. Done for the day. We could do. Oh, that's sick. Sorry. That's really cool. I'm seeing one of our animators did a let me disconnect from that. One of our animators did a cosplay for Halloween as Vi from the League of Legends. What's it called? You know the one. It looks good. Oh, cool. Sorry, I just saw something on LinkedIn. Oh, wow. Cool. Sorry. Yeah, of course I do. That is incredibly important. The cosplay ability of Insignia characters is like one of my priorities. Arcane, There you go. Is that the game they made based on Arcane? I don't know. So, let me just say, hey, Morgan, animator. Happy to catch up quickly now if you like. Oh, you're making a funny joke. Yeah, League of Legends is based on Arcane. That's right. That's correct. The Arcane game. Cool. I don't think anybody is reaching out to me at the moment. Sorry, I'm just getting like notifications left and right about interesting things that are happening that I can't tell you about. Just like completely 4 different interesting things that just happened to me. None of which are but none of which am I at the liberty to say anything about. Cool. Okay. One thing to do with a movie, one thing to do with a producer who's now currently out of a job. Otherwise I'm around later. Just driving. Cool. Okay. So, wow, what a day. I feel really good about this enemy design, and I feel pretty confident about Luca being able to jump in and handle it. The other things that I wanted to work on today were the ability template catalog that we worked on a bit earlier. I want to formalize this a lot better than this so that the GDD has these set up as like actual, like there should be a little wizard that we fill out, a little form for each of these where it's like, what is the ability name? What's it useful for? What does a key animation look like? What are the enemies that use this? Are there any links to visual references where we show how the ability works? Stuff like that. That needs to be a little card that lives on each of these that replaces this nonsense here. For each of them, that's the same shape and size for all of them. We can do that. I won't do that now. I'll do that maybe tonight. Oh boy. Oh man. This has been... Oh, my brain. You guys have no idea how much of a headache I've got. This week, the start of this week, it's so critical that I keep the plate spinning. And it's just so hard to guarantee to make, like, I've got things I need to do separately to the team, but I need the team to have work to do, so I have to make sure I'm doing the right things in the right measure. I think I got it right today. I think today was a good day. No, that's the thing. It's literally all me stuff. It's so annoying. I think I'm okay. I just need to like... I just need to... Tomorrow, it just means that tomorrow we can work on just the demo. We could just work on the demo. I did a big refactor yesterday that I think I've tested correctly. I think it's fine. But it touched all kinds of almond related stuff that I am concerned, if I don't test thoroughly, could be really, really painful for me if I merge it right now and don't find the issues. But looking at this, it all looks just fine to me. Getting items, but I literally touched everything. I changed code that touched literally the whole game. Anything to do with the player character. So the fact that it's all working is... Oh, that's not very good. I was going to say astounding. Huh. That actually has to do with a cutscene. That's actually fine. Will this cutscene play? Yeah, that works. Okay, so maybe just that cutscene's broken right now. Do people like reading dialogues? Dude, I've got a work in progress video about this exact topic. What do you reckon, chat? Do you like dialogue in games? Exactly. That's how I think about it. People like reading dialogue when it's good. That's how I think about it. People like anything if it's good. Like, books as a genre wouldn't exist. Books as a medium couldn't exist if people didn't like reading dialogue. Certainly some of my favorite media of all time is in exclusively text format. Okay. I'm satisfied. I think it's fine. So let's merge it. Oh, that's a completely different thing. Hang on a second. I gotta go back over to here and then fast forward to there. I gotta pull first. Whoops. Hang on. All of that stuff I just tested, not accurate. This is fork. It's a sort of shareware, freeware, Git client. It's pretty good. It's better than GitHub Desktop by like a long shot. Okay, game still worky. You can use VS Code as well, sure. I just don't know the like bash commands. I've always used the GUI version. Cool. I'm happy with that. I'm sure it's fine. So let's just do it. Let's go back into development and then merge into development. Discard all these. Okay. Don't discard all. Choose development for all. Look at this commit. Look how crazy this commit is. Look at all these files I had to change. This is one commit. It's everywhere that references Armin in the game needs to now reference player character, except for the places where it doesn't. It's a good one though. It's a good change. Okay, let's push that. 517 references got moved. 572, sorry. Okay. And you can see it here when you go to engine. If we go to player, player character, this has 424 now. And this, which used to have 570, now only has 88. So like I had to rebalance a ton of references because now Armin behavior inherits from player character. So player character can be other characters that are playable that aren't Armin. You got it. You picked it up. I just want for that to be a possibility in the game. That's all. Just for it to be possible. I'm not saying we're going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm just thinking about it. Nimra, the dark clone. Nimra is amazing. We have to use Nimra. Nimra. Sounds like Winra. Insignia 2, Return of Nimra. Oh, hang on. We could do it now. Okay. All right. Jumping in voice now. Quick catch up with Morgan. How did I think about the Insignia name? There are tons of... Oh, hello. Hang on. Hey. Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, you got me just as I put a red ripper in my mouth.
What's... I saw your Halloween costume. Looks great.
Thank you. I'm really proud of it.
I really like the plastic sleeve with the package tag on it. That's so good.
That's not mine. I just found that and thought it was really funny.
That's hilarious. How was your Halloween otherwise?
Not too bad. Had a few friends over. It was pretty understated on Halloween itself, to be honest.
Mhm.
We got a lot of kids around though.
It's good.
The door was off the hook. We had to go and get more candy like
Oh, wow.
twice.
Sweet. Yeah, Sydney sucked because it was raining. So like literally nobody
Oh.
trick or treated anywhere in Sydney because it was raining.
Yeah, we got a bit of rain later on, but yeah, very popular,
Mm.
which is weird because it kind of wasn't last year.
Yeah, I think people are just looking for something interesting to do with their time.
Yeah, and it's taken a while for Halloween to sort of catch on here as well. I remember there was a bit more of a pushback about it when I was a kid.
Yeah, I remember the same when we were kids. It was kind of a bit like, who's really gonna do trick or treat? And then people
Yeah.
would come around and you'd be like, here's a Tim Tam.
Yeah. My parents were always like, "That's an American thing. We
Yeah.
don't do that here."
Yeah. That's a very Australian way to think about Halloween.
Yeah.
So, how are you feeling for workload this week?
Not too bad. I don't have much left in front of me.
Yep.
I'm still on Gallier, but I've only got his lean in and mustache thing.
Yep.
I think, unless I'm missing something that's in the. Let me double check.
All good. I'm happy to do like a quick review of wherever you're at and give some feedback. And then later in the week we can move on to maybe like Tiberius or maybe even like Jowl could be cool.
Oh yeah.
There are other
I'm
characters.
missing the fist slam. So I've got 3 things.
Cool.
So that'll be good for like a couple days at least.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we still got plenty to do.
Yeah. What's the where it says slam fist? It says it's part of the forward lean. Does that mean like he slams the fist and then it goes into the lean?
I was thinking that maybe we would have. I've got it here. As a press and cheek, acceleration pose, the option hold as long as we like. No need to animate it, transitioning back to idle. Item provide keyframes. So this is basically, I was thinking of it as like a state. Like he could be in like his lean in state, and then the slam fist would be an extension of that. So like it starts and ends at the lean in, rather than from the idle.
Oh, I get you. Right.
Yeah, like it's part of it's like a sub animation of lean in that's like separate.
I get you.
So like someone says something, he leans in, he's like, what? And then like someone says something else, he's like slams his fist, still leaning in.
Yeah.
And then we could go back to idle after that or something.
Yeah, I get you.
Yep. Cool.
I see.
Yeah. So yeah, that's cool. There's a cutscene that I would love to have him, like the cutscene's finished. So I'd love to be able to just chuck some stuff in and then relay that back to you. And if you have any time this week for us to maybe get you into the Unity project, this could be a good example of like a good case study for just having you like play around inside and then like see how stuff feels, and then you can be tweaking it and watching it in the engine. Sweet.
Yeah, I think I've got the right Unity version.
Yeah, I don't mind walking you through it too, because we're kind of having to. Unity had this big security breach recently, so it might even give you a big red stop sign saying like, "Hey, watch out! This is a shitty version of Unity." You're not going to build the game anyway, so it's not a big deal. But it's for me. Later down the track, we'll have to upgrade Unity, but I'm happy to like sit with you for like, I don't know, half an hour or whatever, and just say, hey, like, yep, you got the right version. Like, yeah, you've installed it all correctly. And yes, this is how you use Git for that and that kind of thing. That's no problem if you're intimidated by it.
Yeah,
Okie doke.
that sounds good.
All right. Sweet. All right, I'll be in touch. Maybe after the next set of feedback. So after whatever you share with me next, I'll give you some feedback, and then the next thing that we do, we'll do that. Oh, it looks like you just posted a thing.
Yes.
Cool.
That's really only... Oh, I just noticed you had a little thing for his swinging legs at the very end.
Oh, did I?
Well, I kind of did it again.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh.
It's all good.
Yeah, that was just with the... Because when you... He said last week about him having his leg up on the side of the chair, so I played with that a little bit to see how it would look.
Cool. Maybe I'll take a quick peek right now. Why not?
Yeah.
I deserve it.
It's a little rough, I think, but just as a little proof of concept.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a bit of a drift with his swirling glass in that file you sent me. I might be able to fix this
weird.
easily, but it's I think I know what's happened. Let's just see if there's any overlap. There will be a little bit. That's a shame. If I bring this over to here.
I had some problems with that earlier, but I thought I'd put it all back. Oh.
The Sprite has this pretty powerful feature where you can modify multiple frames at the same time across one selection. I'll just tidy it up. But if you're not careful, it's easy to accidentally enable that feature and like move a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
It's all good. It happens. Cool. Okay. I already fixed it. Yeah. Nice. And then, oh no, it's also here.
Yeah. That's probably all the way through the damn thing.
It's okay. I'll see if I can fix that across everything. Fixed. Yeah, almost. Oh man, I'm out of the peripheral of my vision. I could see the lean and it looked really good. I'll check it in 1 second after I finish hyperfixating on this one task. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, that's sweet. Hey, RAJP, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, that's great. That's perfect.
Hell yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, the swinging legs are probably fine. Like maybe we could shift the thigh up of the leg that's like, alternating between the legs as they go to one state or the other. Something like that. Yeah, it probably doesn't even need it. You could maybe like widen, like one thing that I do that's like a sub-pixel animation thing is like rather than shift, oh gosh, here's a brush, sorry, I have to go soon, but rather than shift this up and put this up here like that, I don't know if you can see the stream right now, I would instead widen this. And so that would give the impression that more of the surface area has gone upwards.
Yeah.
We could do that if we really wanted to, but it's probably like too low priority to put too much energy into. Cool. Let's we'll leave it to the end and see how it looks in the game, and then we can update. That's why I want to get you in the engine, because we'll be able to say yes, push this further, or no, don't worry about it, and you won't be going in blind. Cool. Okay. Well, that's all I needed from you today. If you've got a few things still on the go, that's great. And then we're catching up like probably Wednesday anyway. So by then we can have a chat and keep going.
Yeah. I'd hope that I've got the rest of his stuff done by then.
All good. Just, go at your pace and see how you get to it.
Okay.
Cool. All right.
Alrighty.
Have a good rest of your day.
You too. See
ya.
ya.
And that is the stream for today, pals. I gotta go. This has been really fun. It's been a good one. A lot of calls today. Let's go find someone to raid. And we can GTHO. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. All right. It was a good one. It was a pleasure. Hey, if you like all the stuff that we do on the stream here, you should go ahead and wishlist Insignia. And if you haven't right now and you do it right now, we won't even know that you weren't wishlisted. We won't even know. No one will know. It's not an embarrassment. If you just quickly do it now. All right, let's go raid. What is this? Swashbuckling Fox. That seems like a fun person. They've got a webcam. They've got English writing, which means they must be speaking English. That's how that always works. That's the stream. Thank you, pals. I'll catch you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.